Good morning, everyone, and welcome here live from Périgueux for this conference, a very special conference, the final conference of Risk Aquasol, which we will be having with you today. For those of you who have logged in on the specific application which has been set up for the project, for those on replay, welcome too. So it's a transnational cooperation project co-financed by the European Union as part of the Interreg Atlantic Area program to develop shared initiatives for efficient management and improvement of resilience in the Atlantic area. Here, we're at the Interconsular Center in Périgueux for this final conference, and you can continue to enroll on the app. You will see the information for that appear on the screen. Don't hesitate to register, and at any time you will be able to interact, to make comments, or to give us your view. And there will be questions and answers at the end of the event, and during those questions and answers, we will take questions from that. So we're going to open the conference, this final conference, with speakers either here in presence or remotely. The Vice President of the New Aquitaine region, soon, Jean-Pierre Reynaud, Jean-Philippe Granger, President of the Chamber of Agriculture of Dordogne. After that, but first, the President of the Departmental Council of Dordogne, Germinal Peyrot, who is going to open this conference live or on replay. So, Mr. President of the Departmental Council of the Dordogne, if you would now like to open the proceedings in French and in English this morning, and for all the speakers who will be making a contribution in the course of the morning, presenting their years of work, I remind you that we have a lot of presentations. You have to stick to the time that has been allotted to you. So, first of all, Germinal Peyrot, if you could open this session. Hello, everybody. I'm delighted to open this conference and to open the morning's proceedings. Obviously, I would have preferred to host you all here in the Dordogne. I hope I might get the opportunity to do that next year, or when we have got through this crisis. On the question of the climate and adapting to climate change, obviously this affects the Dordogne like it affects the rest of the planet. And the department has been committed for a long time to a policy to aim for environmental excellence, and that excellence necessarily includes the key issue of recent years, which is global warming. So we have launched at the start of this year in March a climate plan, a citizens' climate plan, and we organized that launch with 200 middle school students because we considered the public policies and institutions and local authorities must act, but also there needs to be awareness raising at grassroots level, and that's why we created this citizens action plan. For the practical side of things, the local authority of the Dordogne obviously is interested in the issues of water and of soils, and has been for a long time. Almost 30 years ago, we joined a group with 6 other departments in the Dordogne River Basin to try to work together for the whole of the watershed area, the watershed of the Dordogne, and we have succeeded in having the watershed classified by UNESCO. The problems of quantities and quality of water are very important to us, and we've been working on these issues for 30 years now. Today, the solutions that we have tried to contribute concern issues of water quality and pollution. And regarding the quantity of water, we're lucky enough in the area to have large storage basins created for hydropower in the past, but which today can also be used to provide support for water abstraction. We're also working on harvesting rainwater, stormwater, and then there is the question of soils and soil erosion and soil quality, which we are trying to address by using new agricultural methods, and the President of the Chamber of Agriculture will talk about that to you in a moment. But as a Member of Parliament, a few years ago, I was involved in the preparation of the agricultural law, which did address the question of agroecology, which is a way of trying to give meaning to agriculture, to agricultural science, and to try to enhance the quality of our soils so that they remain living soils which can retain more water and be more fertile. So in our local authority, we have a policy to favor this more environmentally friendly agriculture with soil cover, trying to use less tillage to make sure that the soil retains more water. But we are thinking constantly of the future, and for us and for me, the question of water storage will be absolutely essential. If we want, we need to convert, to change the way we do farming, but we will always need that water. So I hope that, as our local authority did 30 years ago, I hope that we can together create natural reserves of water, which also can be a source of biodiversity, in order to support the water level in our watercourses so that we can continue irrigating our agricultural land. So that was all a bit quick. I went through a lot of subjects there, but it's a great pleasure to be here with you in the Dordogne, and I hope that you will be able to come and join us in person soon. Thank you to the President of the Dordogne Departmental Council. You reminded us that this conference is mainly a remote online conference. There are a few of us here in the studio, respecting all the social distancing and other prevention measures. But all the microphones, etc., have been disinfected, as has the studio. We're just taking our masks off for each of the presentations. The rest of the time, we all have our masks on. We're not moving around in the room to make sure that we can organize this in good conditions, while respecting all the health rules on account of the present situation. So we are now joined by video conference by the Vice President of the new Aquitaine region, Jean-Pierre Reynaud, whose face should appear on the screen in just a few seconds. And Mr. Vice President of Nouvelle Aquitaine, it's now up to you, Jean-Pierre Reynaud, to give an introductory speech on how we can mitigate the effects of climate change through projects like Aquasoil, and to see how we can manage the climate change issues. And if you could tell us about the policy of the Aquitaine region in this matter. I'm afraid we can't hear you. Jean-Pierre Reynaud, is your microphone on? That's the question. We can see you perfectly clearly. We cannot hear you. And I think your microphone is now activated. I see that you can hear us. We could do this in sign language, but it might not be that easy. And perhaps while we're sorting out your connection... hello. So Jean-Pierre Reynaud, you're live on our screens, and we can hear you now. So I would like if you could give us your introductory speech for this morning's proceedings and for this final conference. Hello, everybody, and I greet the two presidents who are there in the studio with you. I'm afraid here I have a very, very strong echo here. Perhaps if you could reduce the volume, otherwise we are going to have an echo problem, and I'll ask the technicians here if they could lower the volume level on your voice just a little bit. And that way we should have less of an echo effect while still hearing you. So, I would like to laud the initiative of the Chamber of Agriculture of the Department of the Dordogne and all the partners in this European project working on this theme, because climate change for me is the key challenge for today and for our future. So the Aquitaine region back in the day was very closely involved in these issues and had a report drafted by one of the founding members of the IPCC to measure the impact of climate change on our Aquitaine region at the time. And at that time, we were able to see that we would probably be one of the regions which was hit hardest by climate change. And so today, after the merger of the regions to create the new Aquitaine region, a lot of work has been done on the Acclimatera plan, where we had 400 researchers or more working on climate issues and on the consequences of global warming. And we now know that the new Aquitaine region, like its neighboring regions of Occitania and the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, will be among the hardest hit, with a lot of consequences of climate change, as Germinal Peyrot just said. So the question of water, we know that the Water Board has prepared projections through to 2050, and we will have a shortage of more than 1.2 billion cubic meters of water by then. So therefore, all these water issues are going to have a great impact on us, not just in agriculture, where I'm sure we will, and I think we'll have to create a lot of water storage facilities and also change the methods, the practices that we use, and be more sparing in our consumption of water. So, on climate change. In relation to climate change, there's another challenge we need to take up, which is that of biodiversity. We have an EcoBio report which has been drafted for us, which was already mentioned by Mr. Peyrot. And therefore, we see that we need to work on our agricultural methods and adopt practices, longer rotation cycles, to see how we can improve the fertility of the soil and its water retention capacities. So there are a whole series of things that have to be done, and this is what we wanted to do with our BioTerra roadmap, which was adopted by the Council last July. And our ambition in this respect is to reduce the carbon content of our economic activity, not just in agriculture. The roadmap covers all the different aspects of different sectors of activity in the economy and also the activity of the population. It concerns housing, transport, all the different aspects of life, to see how between now and 2030 we can make a significant improvement to the situation. So I would like to laud this initiative that you're taking today, because we do need to raise awareness among the population, among citizens, of these issues. We know that changing our way of life, changing our practices, is always going to be the most difficult thing to do, and therefore we need to communicate a lot on these issues, and your initiative here can contribute to this, and therefore it is a very important operation, and I wish you a very interesting morning's proceedings, and I greet all the different partners who will be contributing or who have contributed to the project. Thank you. Vice President of the New Aquitaine region, for that introduction. We will let you now follow the meeting remotely like our other participants, and please don't hesitate to register on the app so that in the course of the morning you can keep up with the program and perhaps make any comments on the different presentations. So now I hand over to the President of the Dordogne-Périgord Chamber of Agriculture, Jean-Philippe Granger, for his introductory speech and to explain the role of the Chamber of Agriculture of the Dordogne in this respect and future prospects for agriculture. Hello, everybody. I'm delighted to be taking part in this event to report back on our work over the last 3 years on the risks linked to climate change which have an impact on the availability of water and on soils. For the Chamber of Agriculture and Farming in the region, the project follows on from our commitment over the past 10 years on climate change and agricultural practices and also on their consequences for the future of agriculture. In 2010, we took part with many other European partners in the Adapter Clima project, the aim of which was to analyze climate data, interpret it in order to model scenarios for the coming 30 years. And even at that time, the findings were worrying. And we have seen that the violence of the storms, drought and heat waves in recent years in all our countries has even exceeded the forecasts we were making a few years ago. Agriculture is an activity which depends on the soil and on the climate, so the consequences are dramatic and we need to adapt constantly. And I do mean constantly because we have to take up several challenges at the same time with objectives which aren't always compatible. So I should say that finding the right balance between the different practices and the different results is difficult to find. If we're talking about the conservation of our soils, green energy, carbon storage, protein self-sufficiency, lowering the use of crop protection products, or having more grassland, you'll see that this all amounts to an equation which can be a bit complex. And there can be no one-size-fits-all solution, but we must continue to look for solutions and to innovate. That's what the Chamber of Agriculture and different groups of farmers are doing, to try to dare to innovate, to conduct life-size experiments throughout the territory. And we've chosen to do this to work in the different soil and climate contexts in order to consolidate our findings, and this has enabled us to see that a practice that works well in the soil in one part of the department will not necessarily be adapted and might need changing to be applied in a different part of the department. We have long believed that agriculture and agricultural science must be the backbone of our efforts. I won't mention everything that has been done, but you'll see some examples in the presentations this morning. I'll just talk to you about the MicroAgra project, the aim of which is to establish a link between agronomic practice and microization. To simplify this hugely, what I can say is that we have confirmed that a living, well-fed soil that is always cover can be a guarantee of success and resilience. Another key point for our future is water. Both presidents have already talked about this morning. In all the models, water is an essential factor which makes up more than 90% of the vegetation. Changing our practices can enable us to increase the storage capacity of the soil, but that's not enough. It's therefore urgent to make progress on sharing water, access to water and its storage, because the decisions we make will guide the future of our territories and whether agriculture can survive in them. Finally, to conclude, I think the last challenge that we have to take up is how to share our conclusions, to explain, to train people, to guide farmers through the changes in their practices which are necessary. It's a complicated exercise for many farmers, even if they are convinced of the importance of this challenge, are in a social and economic environment which holds them back when it comes to taking risks. So we need to communicate, to explain our practices also to our fellow citizens, and on this point we need to do communication activities like in the Break Slip project. So agriculture is a solution for the climate and environmental challenge we are facing today. I trust the men and women who've chosen to work as farmers and to do so with passion, constantly improving their practices. And I'm sure that I also have great faith in all of you here, because your experiments are a key to success for the future. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Mr. President of the Chamber of Agriculture of the Dordogne, for that introduction. Now we're going to move on to the subject of the conference. Thank you also to the President of the Department, the Vice President of the Region. It was important to have you all here for these introductory speeches to show just how important this project is in your eyes, this final conference on adapting to climate change in rural areas. We'll be hearing Julia James, who'll be talking about the new approach to prevention with the different stakeholders. And for the moment is Jean-François Berthoumieux, the President of the Climatology Association of the Mid-Garonne, who is going to join us remotely and who is going to give a first presentation of about 10 minutes to show how initiatives like Risk Aquasol can help rural areas to adapt to climate change, following on from the introductory speech. So here we see just how important that is. So, Mr. Berthoumieux, hello.
Is your mic on, Jean-François Berthoumieux? You can see me, you can hear me. Ah, there we have it. All right. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for this introductory comment, which will talk to us more about the perspectives, the prospects. What is the risk, aquasoil risk, in rural zones? What are you doing? In fact, the ACMNG, which is the Climate Association of the Mid-Garonne area, was actually created a long time ago in 1959 to work on climate change, climate hazards, and thanks to partnerships with the Agriculture Chamber we've had for many years now, we have implemented ideas and principles regarding adaptation, because we believe that it is important to think, to reflect on local solutions for adaptation. In fact, we have some slides. There they are, up on the screen. So don't hesitate just to show us when we change to another slide. Okay, let's move on. Next one. All right, so just like to talk about the work we did this summer, because, as you know, we had a heat wave in August, and we sent a map to the media, the newspapers, of the temperatures recorded throughout the southwest of France. And we were able to ascertain that there are temperature differences within our local area of over 10 degrees, temperature differences. And the drier areas are the hottest areas, and the areas where there's water and vegetation are the cooler areas. Next slide. This is the result of CO2 evolution in the atmosphere. I was hoping this year with COVID that level would drop, but in fact it was not the case. And if we look at the next slide, we saw that this increase in the greenhouse gas CO2, which stores solar energy, which then no longer leaves the Earth. It reduces heat losses due to radiation. So on the next, we saw that in September we had over 3 parts per million increase, which is significantly higher than was observed in the last 30 years. Now we back down to an increase of 2.5. And so what I was saying is that COVID should have allowed us to get that to drop, but in fact it did not happen. When many countries stop functioning normally for 1 month, 2 months, in fact, it no longer has any impact. And that is the urgency we have today. We have to adapt because it's going to be hotter and hotter, with requirements, constraints that are related to that heat. And the first thing we did was to compare climate between our partners in Ireland, England, Portugal, Spain, and France. And what did we see there? Well, we saw that there is a trend that in the sectors that are close to the ocean, the thermal inertia of the ocean reduces the increase in temperature, so slightly less than 0.2, 0.3 degrees every 10 years. But in continental areas and further south, where there is less rainfall, where it is drier, the temperature increase is higher than 0.5 or even 0.7 degrees. This leads us to an understanding of the evolution of the number of days of temperatures above 30 degrees or even 35 degrees here in the southwest of France, for example. And we see that this is a constant increase. And in the Aquasoil group, we actually had a bit of a laugh because in Agen, 35 degrees is something that is difficult. You know, beyond 35 degrees, it's an issue for us. Of course, for the English, they wouldn't be able to survive, obviously, above 35 degrees. But in the south of Spain, they could actually have 40 degrees, and it wouldn't be that much of a problem for them. But that was just a bit of a laugh. And in fact, during the campaign there, I just wanted to show you that figure. We have an increase in the space for maximum temperatures of almost 5 degrees in the space of just 60 years. And we observed in 2020 that between October 2019 and September 2020, temperatures were on average higher than the 2003 temperatures. However, regarding rainfall, we have something that is more interesting to look at for the future. We have averages which are more or less the same, but what was interesting, and on the next slide I can show you that, is that the minimum rain in the driest years, the minimum rain increased by 150 millimeters in 60 years. So on the next slide, this is the rain that falls during different periods. We realize that the small rains, low, gentle rains are less, in fact, abundant. So there's less heavy rainfall. We don't actually observe what the media report a lot, you know, about the very heavy rainfall. In fact, there are fewer days of rainfall, but we have a similar rainfall figure, which is actually an asset for our region. Here is the development, the evolution of temperatures during the past year, and the rainfall, which you can see in blue. And what we have observed here is that the temperatures were almost always higher than the average temperatures, which are the dotted line. And we can see that for rainfall period during the autumn, then the winter, and beginning of spring, we actually had temperature significantly above the average figure. And this rainfall then gives rise to saturation in the soil and water runoff towards the oceans. And what we should succeed in doing, in fact, is transferring this water during the winter period. Sorry, just to come back to the previous slide. So we should be able to transfer it to the summer season, because during the summer season we had endless weeks of without rainfall, in fact. It seems obvious when you look at it, but it's difficult to get everyone to accept it, in particular by people who live in cities. So the next slide, and for us this is a very good result and an objective result of our Aquasoil risk, is to convince people who live in cities that they should also enjoy the asset of water through a plant life that is going to cool down cities, as we saw on the first map. And several municipalities have, in fact, for the next 6 years, included projects involving planting trees to improve the landscape in cities, to cool cities down. It's the case in Agen, but also in other cities we work with. But however, what we always say to them is that these trees will have to be irrigated. A tree can consume several hundreds of liters of water a day. So we need to be able to provide that water You know, farmers 30 years or 50 years ago realized that we had to stock, and I think cities are going to have to think about that as well. The other objective that we have is to work with farmers on management of a catchment area with erosion problems, and that is the Drô. That is the link between Dordogne and Lot-et-Garonne. And in this area sector, we wanted to monitor what they were already doing and maybe provide solutions for them. They were already working on solutions to reduce erosion phenomena and to propose various solutions, and we were already involved in those, planting hedges, for example, in order to slow down water runoff and to ensure the water stays here. And the meeting we had with them in the aquasoil, the risk aquasoil framework is, well, at the end of the meeting there was a bit of a problem because the president said, well, I have to leave you because I'm going to go and uproot hedges because I've just bought 50 more hectares, and to be able to depreciate, amortize that, I have to replace ditches. And in fact, he had to do the opposite of what we wanted to do. And of course, like many others, I was disappointed, but I was confronted with an economic reality that does not allow farmers to do what we imagine they should be doing in cities. And so what did we decide to do? Well, we decided to continue to do what we had planned to do in risk aquasoil with the English colleagues of West Country River Trust to measure these risks of erosion and the risks of flooding downstream. And we did this with systems and not, you know, costly systems, because some systems cost as much as 50,000 euros, you know, alert system. What we wanted to have was lower cost systems like we did for weather stations. And we, on this sector, then put up a weather station, and we took the catchment area, and it's called Landouille, the Landouille catchment area. And on the next slide, I can show you that we did work on the erosion risks, and my colleague Julia James will talk to you about that. And then we worked on the use of the risk of rain arriving using our 5-centimeter radar, which allows us to have rainfall maps in real time every 4 minutes. And we integrated all of this to be able to have an example of use of these new sensors, which cost less than 2,000 euros, and they can be installed on small waterways, streams and rivers, and to give you an alert whenever a level is exceeded. And at that point, it was at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, we had two main dilemmas. So we had to slow down or reduce surface water runoff in heavy rainfall, as some have said, you know, with prairie or grassland, if we stop animal husbandry, for example, and there was an issue of a reality, which was to drain the fields. In fact, it would be good to be able to see the whole slide here, just so that I can explain this. So draining the fields to be able to preserve and increase the rooting volume. And the other dilemma that we have is to have a CO2 level, of course, that's increasing, and we want to reduce it, but no one is actually stepping up and saying, we are going to change our lifestyle. So looking at that reality, we looked for solutions, and we couldn't find them until by chance, in fact, we read a book called Burn, Using Fire to Cool the Earth. So what is that? Well, in fact, using green waste green waste which absorbs carbon, using charcoal, which makes it possible to use this wood charcoal inside soil to be able to store more water, and people in Stockholm implemented this system to use their green waste so that at the same time they could become carbon neutral. The problem is we're trying to do the same thing here, but to be able to find wood charcoal to have 10 tons per hectare in the soil, it costs 800 euros per ton, so that was impossible. So, next slide, we created a working group to be able to recover green waste. This is Valorizon, our working group, here, what we're doing here in Lot-et-Garonne, to use pine roots, to use poplar, and to use that, enhance that with a new method through these donuts that are heated to temperatures above 800 degrees. They go down in a tube where you have this green waste, and these donuts are heated by pyrolysis, and it produces energy and green waste, which is biochar, charbelline, and the people at the electricity cooperative were interested in valorizing this waste. So the idea here is to have waste which is almost free. This makes it possible to recover waste, as I said, which costs almost nothing, with pyrolysis producing energy, and it's this energy that we are selling to be able to produce a biochar, charbelline, at less than 100 euros per ton. And so, today, as a conclusion of our work, sorry, not so fast. First, the blue part. Can I just have the blue part first? It's stations that cost less than 1,500 euros that are used, rolled out, and deployed to provide an alert on the flood risk. And then in Lot-et-Garonne and Gironde, here in the southwest of France, we have a dialogue between the rural world and the urban world to ensure that water plants are a way of, in fact, reducing the number of days where temperatures rise above 35 degrees. And the third aspect is to store, not only in grassland, but in any type of soil, biochar from green waste, to be able to stock that, to store that in the soils when there is a lot of water, and which will be able to ensure carbon sequestration. And I would add another thing, this would allow us to slow down water runoff to the ocean, to the sea, and also slow down the rise of ocean and sea water levels. To finish, I would like to thank all the project partners, whether French, Irish, English, Spanish, or Portuguese. Thank you to all of them. Thank you to the Regional Council, which allows us at ACMG to be a technology transfer center in which what we learned in Risk Aquasoil will be put forward. Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. And now we are going to add to that, complement that with the presentation by Julia James, who is also at the ACMG, Southwest France, and she is going to talk about prevention, interaction between the different stakeholders involved. So there she is, to be able to provide some additional information following what Jean-François Berthaumieux said. Hello, Julia James. Thank you for being with us. So 10 minutes, over to you. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. So the objective of the Risk Aquasoil project is to improve resilience in catchment areas. And this is how we manage to basically ask different stakeholders for their views, to take stock of the situation, to examine the difficulties, which also allowed us to rethink the tools that we wanted to use, the instruments. And Jean-François Berthaumieux said there's an increase in climate change, climate variation, and this gives rise to an increase of climate risks and to the impact of these changes. We worked a lot on fires in Risk Aquasoil, like erosion and drought. So what do we note today? is that the measures recommended are in fact not really applied, or not very much. Sometimes farmers cannot actually implement some of these measures. In addition, there are conflicts related to resources, in particular the water resource, which is insufficient, so it's difficult to share that. And we realize as well that there's less water in the hillsides than on the plains, so in areas that have more hills, it's more difficult to deal with the water aspect. So basically the challenge for us here is to understand the needs of stakeholders and to measure the risks, to be able to improve our reflection in catchment areas. So what did we do? On the one hand, we talked to farmers, and on the other hand, we talked to mayors with two different methods. In the Lot-et-Garonne, we asked questions to 40 different people. So there were open questions for farmers, the 40 farmers we talked to. Farmers could answer whatever they liked. It was open questions. What we wanted to do is understand how farmers felt, their feeling about their land. Today, if farmers adapt or don't adapt, it's because there's a tradition, there's a history, and there are also impediments. And it is this sensitivity, this relationship to the land we had to understand. We asked all farm sizes, very small farms, 3 hectares, 300 hectares, much larger farms as well. What was their perception of climate change, their vision for the future? And then we asked questions to mayors. We asked mayors questions in Lot-et-Garonne, so they had predefined answers. So it was to understand what they applied in the framework of their duties as mayors. What did they apply? What did they not apply? We talked to several towns and cities and also small villages. So just to tell you some of the results that we saw with the farmers. This was carried out in 2018. These figures have increased since, but we haven't updated them since. So today, approximately half of the farmers declare that they've been impacted by erosion or flooding in the last 2 years. And 2/3 of them said they had been impacted by drought. So this is clearly an issue. All right, now to move on. When we ask farmers, what is the climate change, climate evolution that they say, in fact, what impacts us the most is climate extremes. Extremes, in fact, are imperceptible. We cannot manage them. We cannot anticipate them. In fact, an extreme comes to you like an impact on the farmer, and the farmer cannot really grasp that. And so he's dealing with something that is unforeseeable, that he cannot assess. And we see here that farmers often feel they have no solutions related to climate change, variations, or hazards. Of course, storms and hail impacted. Of course, those are have a lesser impact because they are known risks and you can act on them. When you ask farmers if they are implementing adaptation measures to adapt to climate change, 90% have said, yes, we do. We are looking to adapt to climate change. But when you ask, what do you do? What do you do on a day-to-day basis to adapt? Over 2/3 of them are not doing what is recommended, advocated today. Why? Because many are not able to do it. That's also risk aquasoil. Hear back from people in the field. What are they doing? How can they adapt? Today, we have approximately a quarter of farmers who, up to 2018, had changed their crops. We're not talking about actual species, we're talking about people moving from one crop to another, so a complete change of crop. And this there's a genuine change in our regions. Today, to adapt without this significant change, which can be a change in landscape and economic change, what are farmers asking for? 60% of them are asking for better access to water, better irrigation. 20% are asking for research and development related to climate change and new varieties. And 20% of them are asking for security of sales prices. If the sales price is good, the farmer is able to invest. And here we note one thing is that, again, they answered freely. None of the farmers mentioned subsidies, because according to them, subsidies are actually a way of skewing, in fact, the farming environment and give them a bad image. So how can they see their farm in the future? And we can see that in the future, they imagine their farm, which will be very different. But thanks to the pie chart you can see at the bottom on the right, we can see that quite a few of them don't really know where their farm is going. Some of them are thinking of giving up in black, and some don't know who to pass it on to. And you need to know that in our farming environment, there's a generation effect. There's a big generation of farmers who do not have a successor, people who are going to take over from them. So we said that there was a gradual change of the territorial economy and of the landscape, basically, in our French department, county. So the idea is to have a new environment to bring everybody together. And what did we see? And we realized that today farmers have become a factor of. After the war, after the Second World War historically, farmers became an economic factor to produce more food on a larger scale, first nationally and then internationally. Farmers, in fact, became an economic factor before remaining individuals and a function. And now, for example, they're considered to be a factor of deterioration, and they feel that they are being criticized, targeted all the time. So their question, the question was, are mayors able and willing to make that connection between the local level and the other levels, and to pass on what is happening on farms, and to propose measures, the perception of risks, and to propose measures that are adapted to the local area? So when you ask the mayor what they think of climate change and the causes of climate change, in fact, no one has the same answer. A quarter of mayors believe that it's natural causes, half think it's half and half, and half think that it's 100% human. So the balance there between natural, human. So it means that locally, in fact, we haven't defined climate change. The mayors haven't actually taken this with them. It's not on board really. And so what I wanted to explain here is, for example, a polar bear on the ice cap will not raise awareness and sensitivity of the issues here in the southwest of France. So what we want is an illustration of the climate risk that is appropriate and that is related to the local environment. Mayors today, their political involvement in climate change is actually rather heterogeneous. A third of them, consider that it's not very important, and a third of them consider that it's very important. So it means that today it's still a very political commitment. It's not generalized. It's part of a program today, of a political program, whereas in fact it should be part of the whole. So today, what have we realized? When you ask mayors to, if you say to a mayor, imagine money and how much money you would earmark for attenuation, mitigation of climate change, they actually give more money to mitigation. Why? Because mitigation is in the present, whereas adaptation to climate change is in the future. So imagining a risk could potentially increase, whereas mitigation is something, well, this is what's happening and this is what we need to do. And you can see this as well, this fact that we're not taking climate change into account, the lack of reality around climate change. When you ask a mayor, you ask them, what is the impact of climate change? They say that the local economy is not really impacted. The local environment is not very impacted, whereas in the future, it will all be very much impacted. So in fact, people are not making decisions right now. They're avoiding decisions right now. Why? Well, because climate change is not really measurable right now in our local territories. For example, now to link up the mayors and the farmers, when you ask a mayor what for them could help adapt to climate change, they say subsidies for investment, for research. But if you look in this table, they don't say support or aid for risk-taking. Farmers are asking for support to be able to take risks. That's what they want. But we asked mayors with both options, why is there no support, no subsidy for risk? Because risk is experience of daily life. And we saw, in fact, that mayors don't have that, especially in cities. They have it more in rural environments where mayors are sometimes farmers as well. So what Risk Aquasoil tried to do is to create this experience on a daily basis, understand what was actually happening in the field by organizing conferences, but also producing instruments, tools, and to bring in a new risk culture. How? Our first objective was to make erosion visible. So here you can see at the top, we took a picture and we had to do it on a map. So we had to map the risk of erosion. We chose, therefore, to have soil occupation maps with the gradients, the slopes, and so radar satellite imaging, which allows us to observe even if there's cloud cover. So to soil occupation, vegetation that can retain water flows, and on the other hand, bare soils. And these bare soils are on slopes, and the risk of erosion is significant when the slopes are more than 6-degree slopes. As you can see here, the coverage on farming plots, you can see on the left side you've got active vegetation, so it's September 2019, and on the right-hand side, October. So there's less than 2 weeks difference between the two. So what can we see here? What can we do here? You have the waterways, and when water falls on bare soils or with a significant slope or an island of bare soil, the waterways are impacted by the runoff water. And today our objective is to raise awareness by saying everyone must invest, must work on this issue of water management in catchment areas. So, how are we going to move forward towards a new resilience? Before, when we started the Risk Aquasoil program, we could see in the mentalities that we were starting with the farmer or stakeholder who would then implement a measure. Mayors and local decision makers would get that measure applied. But sometimes the measure was not applicable or that was deemed to be inapplicable. Now, Risk Aquasoil is aiming, and that's what we've been aiming to do throughout the program. We are starting with a fact, climate change. It's real, it's here. So we gather risk experience through farmers, which is what we do through mapping or reporting on farmer expectations. We report to mayors and decision makers. Then they propose measures that are adapted to farmers. Today, communicating, we need to focus on communication with a new risk culture through our European projects, but also through the social media. For example, in 2018, we realized that the words climate change, adaptation, drought were almost never used, and today there's a significant increase. Thank you very much, and have an excellent day here with us. Thank you very much, Julia. You adapted to your presentation time. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're going to move forward in this morning's program, and we're going to talk about soil management, which is in partnership. And we're going to hear from Lawrence Couldrick, who is director of the West Country River Trust in Great Britain, to talk to us about his vision of soil management in partnership. And for those who are listening to us in French, we will be able to join him, and we will have a translation of what he is saying in English. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? From Great Britain? I should see you up on screen. There you are. Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence Couldrick, Director of the West Country River Trust. To start your presentation, we can see you on screen. You have approximately 15 minutes to present what you want to say to us, your presentation, which will be translated into French for those who are listening to us in French.
Not in person.
Il va vous falloir allumer votre micro.
Present the sort of final chapter of the Risk-Aqua Soil project. And my talk today is really going to be about soils in partnership and some of the work we've been doing in the UK. So when we look at soils in partnership, really the things that we have to look at and we've looked at within Risk-Aqua Soil is the pressures that reduce soil health. And they can be across our catchments in lots of different varieties, but most of it, 80% of our catchments are agricultural. And so some of the pressures you see there in terms of overgrazing, inappropriate cropping, or cattle density are all too common in the southwest. And that can impact upon various points in our landscape, whether that be in the uplands or the rivers themselves, whether it be the towns and villages or downstream. So that can be things like eutrophication of our lakes. It can be things like lead to toxic fish kills if we're losing a lot of pollutants along with the soil. It leads to flooding of our towns and cities. And it also leads with dredging on our rivers. It also, not only is it that social cost, but it has a significant cost to the farmer. So this is an example of a severe soil loss incident in the southwest in some of our light sandy soils, which obviously causes huge problems downstream, but it also causes a problem for the farmer in terms of the loss of yield, having to manage that situation, the loss of topsoil and all the nutrients within it. So we're then sort of like, next slide, please. So to deal with this, we had to create a big partnership approach, because it's not just around a few individuals in terms of how do we manage our soils. It's around building a larger cooperative. So we built something through the Risk-Aqua Soil project called the Devon and Cornwall Soils Alliance. And really, this was a big partnership approach that pulled together the farmers, contractors, the regulator, even things like the agronomists, the contractors that are out there delivering some of the works, and even things like the banks and the lenders who impact upon what the farmer can and can't do in the long term. So in that partnership, in that alliance, we started to talk around soils as being the asset that farmers had. And sometimes when people talk about natural capital assets, they get confused very quickly. But actually, it's quite easy when you think about assets in a form similar to other things we have. So if we think about our cars, if we have a car, we know that the car, if we maintain our car, it gives us private benefits. So things like increasing our fuel efficiency, it gets us from A to B, it reduces our stress, but it also creates public benefits. So it reduces the emissions that we put out into the environment, it reduces the road debris, it reduces oil leaks, and also having a well-maintained car means we're less likely to crash and reduce the risk to the others. The same thing happens when we talk around the condition of our soils. So when we look at our asset health, we can think of our soils in exactly the same way. They can return us private benefits. So things like if we maintain our soils, they'll generate better nutrient efficiency, they'll generate higher yields, and they'll generate a reduced stress because you won't have those situations like the picture I showed you earlier on. And those are private benefits to the farmer, but we also know there are going to be public benefits that are brought in. So mainly summer base flows, decreasing flood risk, things like capturing carbon, and as well as reducing pollution and providing valuable habitat. So these other risks that we have in the catchment can be captured as well. And so it's vital that we understand not only the private benefits to the farmer, but also those public benefits. Now, to do that, within that Devon and Cornwall Soils Alliance, a vital part was understanding our soil type and our hydrology. So in the West Country, we have soils that are freely draining and accept a lot of rainwater. And these are the light sandy soils in the east of our region. But we also have sort of less freely draining soils that don't accept much water. And those are kind of the colne grasslands that are predominantly on clay. And so really it's only the top 30 centimetres of soil that will accept rainfall, after which they become heavily saturated. And then finally, we have things like the moorland series, which are peatland soils, often on granite geology. So it's important that we understand the soil and the soil type and the hydrology, but it's also vital we understand the health of those soils in terms of things like their carbon content, how well the health of them. So this is an example between two types of soils, a grassland that's been left as such and that's generated a lot of organic matter, a lot of carbon, and a lot of the fungal hyphae that knit soil structure together, compared to an arable soil that's been ploughed and managed and has a low soil organic carbon. And when we put pieces of soil into water, what happens is instantly the soil that has less carbon, less fungal hyphae, less glue knitting it together instantly starts falling apart. So that has vital implications to the speed at which we lose our soils in the West Country. So we have to think very carefully around how each of those things operate in any specific location. So we can take locations and start playing around with that dynamic. So this is an example where we've used that knowledge to take a very small catchment and look at a very specific issue they have, which is muddy floods. So this is a small catchment in the southwest that drains off of Dartmoor. It's only a couple of kilometres squared. The map here shows the blue areas are the flood risk zones, and the red dots are properties within the flood risk zones. And these are classic areas that should be and need to be protected against flooding, but because they're not that many properties, they often get neglected compared to our bigger towns and cities. So it's quite easy for us to start looking at things like where the water moves within this landscape and how it starts culminating. And we can do that by looking at basic topography. But we can also do things like look at what happens when you add to that layer all the surface features like the roads and the hedgerows and the different barriers that are in there. And that allows us to start thinking about an approach to that catchment. And when we look at the approach, we can talk around, are we trying to prevent the problem? So dealing with it at source, or are we trying to cure the problem further down the catchment? Now, most of the work over the years has been curing the problem right down in the village itself by increasing the speed at which water moves through the town, increasing kind of the amount of culverts underground. And those are crucial that we're able to explore that dynamic of where to work in a catchment. So when we start delivering that, we have to think about those two issues, prevention and cure. And actually what we can look at when we go up into those upper catchments and want to think about soil management, we can look at the soil structure. And a good soil structure for us has a fine granular sort of aggregate and has got a lot of pores. You can break it apart, whereas a poor soil structure in these moorland components is compact, it's unnaturally dense. And so what happens is if we go up to this area, especially when it's raining or after rain, and take core samples, what we find in some of our catchments is actually 2 inches down, it's completely dry, even though the top surface is flowing with water. So it's acting more like concrete because of the fact that that top 2 inch of soil is being compacted by cattle and grazing density. So what that allows us to do is start working with the farmers and start giving them advice on reducing stocking and sometimes soil remediation. In the case of our kind of lowland environment, that could be the use of aeration machinery or soil slitters. In the moorland environment, it's much harder because of the fact that you have such a stony environment. Really, you need to look at stocking density. But we can look at things like woodland planting, but there's a lot of politics locally around whether we can do that, because this is a very historic environment for us. So it's quite complicated. So sometimes we can look at prevention of these things, and that's the best place for us to act, is really on that soils, because of the area that that covers. But on top of that, we can also look at things like the cure-based activities. So this is an example of one of those flow pathways I showed you earlier on. Here the water tracks against, and when it gets to its maximum capacity, sorry, go back to that past image. Go back to the image before. Yeah, no, back to behind. Next one back. That's the one. Thank you. So when we look at how water flows through our landscape, we can think about putting features in place that allow the water to hold back and splay out out of those channels. So this is not a channel that is used in a sort of every time it rains. This channel here only comes really into use every kind of in the extreme rainfall events, the 1 in 10, 1 in 20 rainfall events. So again, these are small features that when put in series allow us to hold back water. So the design of this is such, instead of being things like a woody made of wood or debris, this is made of stone because it's more in keeping with the archaeology and the history and the cultural importance of the area. So it's important that when we put in these features, we take into account multiple issues that we have in the area. But again, this allows us to hold back much smaller quantities of water compared to those preventative measures like soil management. And really the soil management is our first interest and first sort of solution we'll look to, because of the fact that it is much easier to sort of maintain in the long term, and actually it generates a lot more benefits than just the flood risk benefits itself. But again, just like the assessing soil, we can assess these features as well. This is actually data from a different series of features. So this is kind of woody debris dams in another area we're looking at. But what this allows us to do is look at, after rainfall events, how those features are holding back water. How long do they hold water back for, and how much water they hold back. And this gives us an important sort of tool in terms of being able to explain to people kind of what impacts we're having. So summarizing all of that, really, when we look at our catchments, next slide, please. In summary, really, what we're looking at is that for dealing with soil management, it's vital that we work in partnership with people like both the farmers, but the regulators. It's equally crucial that we understand our soil type and hydrology. There is no point advising farmers or working with farmers if you don't understand that basic soil hydrology, in terms of, will there be a huge amount of infiltration potential, or is there naturally a small amount of infiltration potential? It's critical that we assess soil health and tailor our solutions, as I've mentioned. So understanding things like soil carbon, stocking density, but also understanding those wider issues within a catchment. And then finally, it's crucial for us to be using both prevention and cure-based activities to deliver these solutions in our catchments. because of the fact that we need to have both options available to us. So it's been a pleasure working with the Risk Aquasol partners. I'm very sad not to be joining you in person, but I hope to be able to meet you all at some point in the future. So thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Laurence Couldric.
Thank you very much, Laurence Couldric, for that very interesting presentation. Thank you very much for that. Now we continue our program for the morning with a new presentation talking about erosion risks in the Atlantic vineyards and how to mitigate that risk through soil management. That's the question that we'll be asking Diego Intrigliolo, who is from the Spanish National Research Council and who is going to be appearing on your screens in just a moment. The translators will be working here again to translate into French what you're saying. You have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I'll let you begin that. Hello, Diego.
Good morning. Bonjour. Bonjour to everybody. I hope you can listen to me and see me properly.
Nous devrions avoir nos amis traducteurs qui vont prendre le relais et que nous devrions entendre sur du moins pour la voix française, pour celles qui nous suivent, celles et ceux qui nous suivent en français, pour celles et ceux qui nous suivent en langue évidemment anglaise. Aucun problème pour vous entendre.
I'm representing one of the partners for the Spanish, for the Interreg Risk Aquasoil project. We actually work in a research center. It is the Spanish National Research Council, similar to the CNRS in France. So this type of projects are also an opportunity to carry out a more multidisciplinary work, as you have seen, from different approaches, the local level and the implementation of practices at the local level by local authorities, like the West County River Trust, as Laurence has perfectly explained. But also there is part of research and fine-tuned research within this type of project. So the results of the research activities that we have carried out in this project or in previous ones, they are actually uptaken by the local authorities and so used and implemented, as we have seen. So very briefly, I will comment you about the type of demonstration activities that we have carried out in the framework of this project. Just some of them, just to be able to finish in the 15 minutes. So yeah, as you know, we carried out the demonstration activities in Galicia, in northwest of Spain. You might think of Spain like a dry country, but there are parts of Spain in the Atlantic area which are quite wet, like Galicia. And these are the location where Galicia is within the area. So we selected 2 vineyards in the area that were actually used for this project. So that was in collaboration with growers that were also interested on at the same time that we did the research, also testing that and putting in practice. These are examples of the 2 vineyards. More details are actually in 2 different origin denominations. One is Ribeira Sacra, in a vineyard in terraces, as you see on your left side, with the variety Mencia. And the other one is typical vineyard in the Rías Baixas with Albarino, as you know, an autochthon variety from Galicia. And in the area, because of the terrace and because of the important rainfall, the erosion was already identified and the loss of soil was already identified by farmers as an important problem to be solved for the long term. More specific details. So we tested different type of strategies. On the left side, you see in the Ribeira Sacra vineyard, we tested the native vegetation in the interrow, in between the vine rows. So we left a native vegetation or mulching or typical soil tillage. This is to say that normally the farmers in the area, they still do soil tillage. And so we tested a different approach to propose them. It is native vegetation, to leave the native vegetation within the vineyard, or to do some mulching, as you will see. At the same time, in the Rías Baixas, on your right-hand side of the slide, in the Albarino vineyard, we tested 4 different strategies. 2 were with rain-fed, so no irrigation applied, and the other 2 were with irrigation, and we different soil management practice. With irrigation, we have native vegetation left in the interrow, or soil tillage in the interrow. But also, sometimes farmers ask us what was the best strategy for farming the vineyards. It was to go against the slope or following the 10-range slope. So we also test this practice to give them answers on how in the future to better perform their practices in a view of controlling erosion and so protecting their soils. Next slide, please. This is a soil and climate characterization for the area and for the 2 years when we conducted the experiment. So these are the average. As you see, we are in an area with a heavy rainfall, a lot of rainfall. In the Ribeira Sacra is around 780 millimeters of average rainfall. In the Rías Baixas is much more. So you might think that normally erosion is a problem more in Mediterranean environments, but as you will see, it is also a problem in the area because of this heavy rainfall. And so water is the main driver for erosion, even if there could be some protection, some ground cover protection. So erosion could be a problem, and these are the characteristics. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, we carried out different type of soil loss quantification. This is just to show you that to obtain this data is quite time consuming. So we need to do a lot of field work, and just to show you an example, on the left side, we install erosion pins. So these are like pins that are installed there, and by measuring the length, the soil, where the soil arrives in relation to the pin, we can determine the erosion. You might think that this could be very variable, so we have to install a lot of them in the field to obtain good measurements. And on your left side, just to show you, we did erosion plots where at the same time that we collected water and sediment. So we could measure the water erosion, but also what type of sediments are with the water. So we could also do some, and we actually did some measurement of pesticides, about nutrients that are lost, and because all that water that could go then into the aquifer. So it is also a tool to monitor what type of contamination we might get from this vineyard in response to the different management practice. So a lot of field work involved to obtain some data that can be done, and that actually at the same time that we did this research, this was also transferred to the farmers, the vineyards in this case. Next slide, please. Yeah, we also take advantage to perform different type of measurements. Some of them I will not show you the results. I don't have time. Just to show you that this type of project that we are carrying out, you know, at the end to transfer the results, there must be some previous work that has been carried out. So this is an improved stock unearthing method. So we use a method that is actually based on determining the distance between the soil and the grafting union. You know, because of phylloxera, the vines are actually grafted on a rootstock, and all vineyard growers know where this grafting union is. So by measuring the difference between the soil and the grafting union, we could determine the erosion for a given period of time. So even from the period from the plantation of the vineyard. So we try to use different methods. We can move ahead. And of course, at the end, for us, it's important. We are agronomists, and we are the Chamber of Agriculture. Of course, we have to implement sustainable practice to protect our environment, but we don't forget that farming is an economic activity. Farmers it's a business for them also, and so we also pay attention to what happens to the vine performance, in this case, to the yield, and the quality of the grade, because from our perspective, any management practice to be sustainable has to protect the environment, of course, has to protect our soils, of course, but also has to result in a proper yield and proper farming operations for the vineyards. Otherwise, the farmers, they will not uptake these results. So we will not achieve our end objective. So we need to balance the environmental protection with optimizing the vine performance. And I do believe there is room for this, as I will show you. So determination about the water status of the trees, the nutrient status of the vine, and also the yield at the end in response to the different management practice. Next slide, please. Thanks to this project and previous one, we also had with Interreg, other Interreg problems, remote sensing and advanced. And actually some of the data we show you is actually coming from the use of remote sensing. So in this case, with drones, we could determine also, apart from aspects of the vines, but they will also determine aspects of the soil. And I have to say this is quite new. So it was almost the first time we tried to determine from the images if we could detect the erosion events and determine the erosion rates using these remote sensing applications. Just some climatic condition in the one of the experimental season. So heavy rainfalls and the climate during the weather conditions during the experimental season was very similar to the average. Next slide. And yes, we now move on the data. We got some, just give you some examples. I don't want to give you too many details, but in Ribeira Sacra, you see that when we left, when we had tillage, which was the standard practice, in some cases, the erosion was higher than in that when we had mulching or tillage. Yes, there was a lot of variability with these measurements. Of course, this is complex, but at some places, you see that when we had tillage, the erosion was higher than when we had the other practices, more sustainable probably, which are mulching or native vegetation. Also, we also that in some occasions we could also record some deposition. So at the same time that there is erosion, there could be some deposition events that were recorded. But at the end of the growing season, we could see that with tillage, which is soil tillage, again the standard practice, the erosion, the soil loss is much higher. It's actually twofold that when we apply the other practices that are suggested are most sustainable, which are using either the native vegetation to protect the soil between the vine rows, or to use some mulching also to protect the soil. So in 1 year, we show that we could reduce by half the erosion. So in the long term, we could oversee, or we could forecast which are the results. Next slides, please. I have to say that sometimes the research are complex and there is a lot of variability. So in the Rias Baixas, on the other side, because of more variability, because of all of that rain we got with more than 1,500 millimeters, so we had problem in recording some of the sediments, and so at the end the erosion was actually very low in all cases, and we didn't see differences between the treatments we applied. Of course, as I say, we want to check what is the effects on yield, and we see that in terms of yield, there were no statistically significant difference in relation to the management options. Again, a lot of variability, but it is to say that there are no difference, so the soil management practices were not harmful to the vine. Just some take-home messages to finish up. We demonstrate that even in a humid climate in the northwest of Spain, so in Atlantic climate, the erosion rates could be high and are about the limit of tolerable events, with output up to 1.5 megagrams of hectares per year. So there is there are some high erosion risk, and so because of this, we demonstrate that measures to protect the soils have to be implemented. In our case, we show that using mulching or using native vegetation in the interrow against the soil tillage, so a more sustainable practice of leaving native vegetation, reducing considerably the rate of soil erosion, and all of this did not affect vine performance. So at the end of this type of activity, we also carried out grower talks, and we transferred these sustainable practices to the vineyards in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and also for being so clear in your presentation and in managing to summarize all that so briefly. Thank you very much to Diego for joining us remotely for this conference to report back on the results of the project. Goodbye and best of luck. I hope you'll stay with us to follow the rest of the meeting. We're now going to continue, and we're going to talk about Atlantic vegetation, but in Andalusia. So Jean-François Berthoumieux is going to be speaking on behalf of the Water Board in that region. He is here in different capacities this morning. He's going to talk about the hydrological cycle and simulations of that cycle in different scenarios of climate change. We're going to look at the prospects for flooding, drought, the effects on vegetation in the Atlantic area of Andalusia. If Jean-François Berthoumieux would like to join us, yes, there he is. So we're delighted to see him again now to give another presentation, and we see here that the project brings together different regions to talk about these different subjects, to address these different issues. And this morning now we're going to take a look at the vegetation in the Atlantic area of Andalusia. Obviously, you're not here with us. There's a slight time lag between the moment when you give us the instruction and when the slide actually moves forward. So if you'd like, just tell us when to change slides so that we can go as smoothly as possible through your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, to the colleagues from the Andalusian Agency who accepted to work with us, because thanks to Europe, we are capable of seeing what we will be experiencing in 30 or 40 years' time by looking at what's happening in Andalusia. We now have the weather they used to have in Perpignan 20 or 30 years ago, and looking at Andalusia is to see the climate conditions we'll have here in a few decades' time. So the simulation work done by our Andalusian colleagues was in the province of Cadiz with a model of a very detailed model of the water balance, showing as many different solutions as possible to show the different things rainfall can do in hills, in mountains, through the vegetation, and to show that a tree is capable of storing water, slowing down that water, and so that before it moves downstream through the watershed and preventing it moving too quickly and causing flooding. So they worked on the idea of trying different angles of slope and whether they're north or south facing. That will make differences for the vegetation on those slopes. I'll go quickly through the different equations. That's not really the point here. We'll move on to the discussion. So, simulating hydrological phenomena to see the impact of climate change by observing this hydrological cycle, looking at past data to try to make forecasts for the future, taking data from a Japanese model, which we will talk about later. It's a middle forecast, I would say. We didn't take extreme scenarios here. So the watershed here is in the area of Cadiz and Malaga. And here you see the area where they installed sensors to compare exactly what happened there. So they have rainfall, series of rainfall data now, daily rainfall data. They also have series of data of quantities of water flowing out at the outlet from the river basin. And here in yellow, you see the quantity of rain that falls. And in blue, the flow of the water in the river downstream. So once they had established and fine-tuned all that data, they were capable of producing models of the maximum flows, the average flows, and also of establishing the link between what the vegetation is capable of intercepting. And they presented this work last year when we were there. And here you realize that where there are trees, 30% of the rainfall can be absorbed by them and doesn't reach the ground immediately. And therefore, along rivers here in the Lot-et-Garonne region, we have been installing rainfall sensors on trees rather than in open areas. They've also, in relation to the quantity of rainfall, they also measured the amount of water that enters the watercourse, and we see there's just 20% of that, with the greater proportion of the water being kept and by infiltration, and you see 20 or 30%, for example, is infiltrated into the soil. I'll skip through these slides, they're a bit complicated. So, and look at the trends here, the trends in the flow of the rivers. And we see that that trend has ups and downs. There are periods with almost no water, sometimes a lot of water, but overall the trend is slightly downwards. And then they modeled in an area of the watershed. They took a part there in the north with these trees, pines, which have been in this area for about 2,000 years, and the southern part where there isn't enough rainfall to keep those trees alive and where that is drying, an area that is drying out. Here you see the rain in blue and the quantity of water in the soil in green in the area where they have the trees that we saw earlier. And on the next slide here, you see in green, it's the north, in yellow, it's the southern area, and you see there are several years where there have been droughts there, and also here. And there we understand that in yellow, when there aren't water reserves, we understand why the trees cannot survive in that area. And on the next slide, here we see the rainfall, the water and the flow of water, which shows that for the period 1961 to 2000, it was variable. There were drier periods, there were average periods, and this is the period that was covered by them for their flow measurements. And we see here that compared to, if we look at the blue and yellow parts here, there is a downward trend. There has been a downward trend in the number of months during which the soil was capable of storing water. You see here that even in the northern part, there has been an increase there of almost 2 months. So that's the trend. And to summarize, in this region of Andalusia, which gets about 1,400 millimeters of rain, so quite considerable rainfall, there is a trend today towards longer summer periods during which the trees no longer have water reserves in the soil, and only the trees with very deep roots are capable of resisting, or trees which can become dormant through that period. So that work has been done in a specific area, and they're now trying to extend that to the whole of the province, as you see here, through a website. All the red points here are the points for which we have past data on these things, and they want to use this model to determine the temperatures and rainfall for the future months. So, and to disseminate all this, they created a book which will be published in December. It's been delayed slightly. We hope that Europe will accept to finance that through the Risk Aquasol project, so as to provide that information about what's going to happen in the 21st century. And the next slide. So what are the conclusions of this work? We'll see their conclusions here, and I'll add one, which is when we visited their site, we discussed with them about what the different types of crops, and there have been through the years, and the different cultures, the different populations that have lived there. There was an Arab period, now a different period now. But what the Arabs did to make better use of the water from the melting ice from the Sierra Nevada is something that wouldn't be authorized today by the law on water as it is applied in Europe. And that is something that does raise questions, because thanks to the work that the Arabs did to collect the water from the thaw of the snow in the spring and summer, that enabled hundreds of thousands of people to live here in this region and to have agricultural production, because there was water there which could be shared in what are otherwise desert areas. The conclusions of my colleagues are that these hydrological models are an excellent tool for simulating complex phenomena regarding the hydrological cycle, showing, for example, that trees absorb a part of that water before it reaches the soil. And thanks to these models, it's possible to see the effects of climate change on the hydrological cycle and the repercussions on primary production. And you can get coherent results. And for the different control points, of course, there are some things that we need to understand better regarding the rainfall in areas, for example, where there is less solar incidence. It wasn't possible to get coherent data for the periods with the maximum flows. But the model did work well for more moderate levels of flow, and with the different climate change scenarios that we have for the more northerly oasis areas, we can reflect on just how important those biosphere niches will be, which have survived so far, which can help us to prepare for the 20 to 30 coming years. And for us here in the southwest of France, it's a chance for us to reflect on these different issues which we may have to face in a few decades' time. Thank you, Jean-François Berthoumieux, for that presentation, which shows the interest of the collaboration between the people in our respective regions, and which you showed very clearly through that presentation, drawing on the analyses from your colleagues. Thank you very much to you. In just a few moments, we'll be continuing. For those who are following us live, we're going to have a short break. Don't log off. Don't disconnect. For those watching on replay, no problem. It will just continue, but we're going to take a 5-minute break for those who are watching live. You can go get some water, get yourself a coffee, go for a quick walk, stretch your legs just for 5 minutes because the next session will be starting in 5 minutes' time. For those of us who are just joining us now, we'll take this opportunity just to give you a quick summary of the project, for which this is the final conference, and give you some additional information. Everything we are sharing with you this morning will be available on replay on the YouTube channel of the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture. So, otherwise, you also have the application which has been developed for this project and for this conference. The project has been supported by European Regional Development Fund, the ERDF, for the Atlantic area. And on the application, you have all the information about the Risk Aquasol project in detail, because obviously this morning we don't have the time between the presentations to show you all the details of the work that has been done. You will have all the presentations on the app, so please don't hesitate to take a look there and to use that information. And so that was just a quick summary, but before that, before we move on, remember there are 8 European partners from 5 countries who have been working together for 3 years on the negative effects of climate change, in particular in agricultural areas, a very rich work between 2017 and 2020. Those partners would have liked to meet together in person at the initiative of the Chamber of Agriculture here of Dordogne-Périgord for a conference to discuss the program of 3 years. It would have been interesting to meet in person, to be able to discuss and to share their ideas. Obviously, that hasn't been possible given the current circumstances and the health crisis that we are currently experiencing all over Europe, all over the world for that matter. Hence, the decision to do this morning's proceedings remotely via internet. So here, this isn't a specific, this isn't just people by webcam. We've set up a studio here at the center here in Périgueux for some of the presenters, and we have had presentations from the different countries who have been sharing their methods for addressing the different aspects of climate change, the risks of flooding. So the partners have been sharing future scenarios and possible effects on the populations of the local regions and on their farming. They've been working also with farming to try to look into the impacts of climate change on agricultural activity. The objective of all this is to try to outline some possible ways of addressing the uncertainties of climate change, which we are currently facing, and to communicate with the general public to make sure people are aware of the reality of climate change. And this project has been in 3 stages. The first was to warn people and to assess the situation. Then there was work on adaptation, and now we are building on all that, disseminating, communicating the findings of the project in cooperation between local communities, farmers, using different new information systems that have been developed during the project to improve our awareness of the risk and to come up with offsetting measures. So, more specifically, the Chamber of Agriculture of Dordogne obviously would have liked to host this final conference. What is the role of the Chamber of Agriculture of the Dordogne? Its president explained that earlier, and we'll come back to that at the end of the project. But anyway, that was just very quickly to present all the work of the people who would have liked to host you here in person in Périgueux, and we hope you'll stay with us for the rest of the morning. And now we're going to give you an insight into the rest of the morning's proceedings, and you can see just how rich and interesting that is. Next to me here in a few minutes' time, we will have a new presentation. But before we listen to the representatives of the Chamber of Agriculture to talk about resilient territories, territories that are resilient to climate change. We're going to be exploring the preferences of farmers for insurance against extreme weather events. For that, we'll be looking at results from an experimental study of Irish farmers. We'll be speaking to Adel Doherty, who is a lecturer at the National University of Ireland in Galway, and he'll be sharing his experience on farmers' preferences in insurance against extreme climate events. After that, we'll be seeing how we can frame public policies to enhance communities' resilience to climate change with a researcher from the Centre for Social Studies of the University of Coimbra in Portugal. And we'll have a presentation on how to enhance communities' resilience to climate change there by Alexandre Oliveira Tavares, who will be with us for that presentation. Then we'll move on to the risk aquasoil communication strategy and community engagement. That presentation will be by Carolina Rodriguez, scientific coordinator at the Guimarães Landscape Laboratory in Portugal, who will be talking about that communication strategy. And then we'll have some testimony from representatives of victims of the fire of Pedrógão Grande in Portugal. And they'll be telling us about that event and telling us how they are preparing for the future. And then finally, with José Quevedo, Deputy Director of Grupo DEX, we will have a presentation on management and cooperation in European projects like this one. And right at the end of the morning's proceedings, we will have the Secretary General of the Sub-Prefecture of the Dordogne to draw the conclusions from the conference and to talk more generally about these 3 years of work and to look to the future. So that's what we'll be doing for the rest of the morning. And now I welcome, without further delay, the head of Animal and Plant Production Department, Julien Michaud. We also have Nicolas Fedou, Climate Project Manager, and Amandine Legros, Communication Manager, all members of the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture. If you'd like to come and take your places, you each have your desk, and once you're in place, you can take off your masks, and we're going to talk about the contribution of the Risk Aquasoil project to the resilience of the territory to climate change risks. And I remind you, you have 2 channels to share in this morning's proceedings while you're sipping your coffee or whatever else you might be drinking. You have 1 channel in French with our interpreter. So 1 channel in English, 1 channel in French to follow all the morning's proceedings, either in English or in French as you prefer. And if you want, you can switch from one to the other as well, on the YouTube channel or on the app or on the website of the Chamber of Agriculture, which has put a lot of effort into preparing today's proceedings and for the whole of the project on managing climate change, this transnational cooperation project financed by the European Union through the Interreg Atlantic Area program. And I will now perhaps hand over to Julien Michaud now to begin the presentation. And then Nicolas Fedou and Amandine Legros, you have about 20 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. So the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture is working on issues such as, of course, adapting to climate change, as our president previously said. This is a major issue for us in the work we do through many European programs, Risk Aquasoil, which we're talking about today, Adapt to Climate, Climate Alert. So we have a very strong commitment to working on these issues. First and foremost, that is a technical commitment through multidisciplinary teams working in various fields: agricultural science, weather science, water management. These themes are all present in our work and in our departments. And this multidisciplinary approach is implemented to serve our farmers, to find solutions, to find technical alternatives that work, but above all to find alternatives that are viable, economically viable. As Diego said earlier, of course we have to take the economic aspect into account. Now, our technical expertise in risk aquasoil was to implement a model, an IT model, a web application to assess resilience of crop systems faced with climate change. The objective being, of course, to be able to adapt. A technical pillar, of course, which will be discussed by our experts, and in particular Nicolas Fédot, who's the climate project manager, and a communication aspect. Now, why communication? Because if you're only doing technical aspects, that is not enough. The message has to be conveyed. And you have to raise awareness. Raising awareness is the first factor. It is the fundamental factor of change, of adaptation. And as proof of that, in the framework of Risk Aquasoil, this raised awareness, we've tried to do that through an event called Breakslip, which is a very, well, you see, it's a very unusual form of communication, which tried to show all the relevance of this communication to basically have an impact, to reach people. And Amandine Legros, who's our communication manager, will describe it to you. They are our in-house experts. And, well, good luck to both of you, and over to you. Well, I'd like to hear how our translators managed to put English words on your title, which is Breakslip, and we'll get to what that means once we get to the project. And, well, first of all, we'll hear from Nicolas Fédot, Climate Project Manager. Hello, thank you everybody. Hello to all the partners. I'm sorry we weren't able to welcome you here today in person, and we really hope to meet with you very soon. As Julien said, our work in Risk Aquasoil was really focused on a risk model to try to monitor, to manage the risks, risk related to climate hazards. And we realized that in the very short term, we're going to be impacted in our regions. And this is where the reality is. Crops require more and more adaptation. They require quick adaptation. To be able to take charge of these issues, to manage these issues, to find solutions, we need to act quickly. And so the idea here was to start working on a model that is a reliable model. And the farming agricultural transition must be reliable, viable, and it must be economically viable above all. And what does this model consist of? So in the short term, in the space of 10 years, we want to see if the situation we have today, the difficulties that are present in our territories today, and we want to look to the future and see in 10 years, what are the difficulties we're going to find in the same territory, and what are the least risk-prone strategies that we can implement. Of course, we're working in our different groups on agronomy issues, with farmers as well, working in our region, looking at solutions, implementing solutions, and to see what will be the lowest risk scenarios for the future. Now, the objective is to assess the risk level and to quantify that. Based on that, once we've said that in the model we injected all the possible scenarios and trajectories, and we wanted to look at scenarios that were easy to look at, for example, prices, expenses, yields. So we used a model in a given territory, in a given farm even, to see how things would be going for our farmers in the future. The objective here is to have a visualization of the gross margin and its distribution each year. It's important to see that climate change is not regular. In fact, you have some years where we'll be able to implement things easily and other years where there'll be greater difficulty involved, and you could have some significant losses on a given crop. So the idea here is to look at the gross margin and to see how we can compensate that over the period, with years, better years compensating years where the problems are more acute. A loss can be quantified. It can be a low loss, but it can also be a significant loss at the level of a farm. So to have all these indicators is very important. So that is the genesis of the web-based application, to give all our colleagues, to give them economic information as well, to be able to make the right decisions economically. As I said earlier, it is a customizable tool, so it can be customized for each farm. We're talking about water management. Well, water has a price, and of course the price will be different from one sector to another. I'm talking about the region, but also the entire Atlantic arc. This project applies not only to our region, but to the entire Atlantic arc, and we've had comments from the whole panel of partners that we had in the project. So we'll be able to, work out the price of water, operating expenses, and to work on a difference in yield and on the reference price. So we'll be able to work with this model, depending on price evolutions, price trends as well. And this is an indicator that's extremely important in the model, because economically it is the market price that will allow a production to be sold in good conditions or to have a difficult situation. So we are looking at customization of crop rotations over a 10-year period. So what is the transition speed here? Is it going to be 3 years, 5 years, 7 years to implement this transition? Bearing in mind that we have an initial indicator, which is the maize indicator, and to see how we will evolve over a 10-year period. So we don't have a predefined trajectory. We will look how we can adapt crops, and this is thanks to the expertise of our colleagues in water management, agricultural science, agronomy, to see for each crop how we need to implement adaptation phases that are as risk-free, if we can call it that, as possible. So the idea here is to have an analysis to be able to adjust, fine-tune our strategic choices, looking at yield indicators, and to be able to give advice that is as precise as possible in terms of mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So that is the tools we have. As I said earlier, we worked in partnership with our colleagues from the other partners, and we are able to roll it out, to deploy it in the entire Atlantic area, territory, Atlantic arc. Thank you very much. Amandine, I will now leave the floor to you. Amandine, explain to us in very concrete terms how communication was a very important aspect, and how you're going to implement that. Yes, so my mission in the framework of the Risk Aquasoil project was to create a communication campaign, a communication operation to understand the use of soils and climate change. And we have the break slip operation, bearing in mind that slip means panty in French. And so we wanted to bury cotton panties. Cotton panties, organic cotton panties, were buried 20 centimeters deep in the soil to check the agronomic activity of the soil and to show the role of the soil in a context of climate change. And to do that, well, we were supported by a group of farmers who are committed to the DEFI network, which means challenge in France. There are groups of farmers, and there are groups of farmers like this throughout France. They are working with technicians from the Chambers of Agriculture, and they are seeking to reduce the use of plant health products. So we worked with Anthony Castin, a farmer in Pont-Port, Dordogne, near Montbazillac, which makes sweet white wine, as you may know, and made it. So we were allowed to bury 100% cotton panties. Panties donated by the Olly brand. It's a French lingerie brand, and we implemented that in. There you have the panties, in April 2019 with a scientific protocol. So the scientific protocol was implemented on several plots, so we took one into account. So the success of this event is that, well, you can see that on the social media, we're using the social media more and more in our communication action, and there was a big buzz around it. Yes, let's see the picture. So this was there was media coverage, a buzz in the media, the press, on the social media, and it made it possible for us to really talk about this brake slip, hashtag brake slip operation, slipping the panties, as previously mentioned. So the idea here was to look at the evolution over time. 2 months later, in June 2019, when we actually unearthed, as it were, the panties. So it was quite we're very satisfied with the operation. The media really covered the event, and all the partners. There was actually a national buzz, and we were actually on Télé Matin, which is a morning show on French public television, Channel 2. And so when we unearthed these panties, we had quite a few members of the press present. So let me just put the mic down so that I can, comment on this. You can see that the Chamber of Agriculture, look, because after the coffee break, it's not easy to keep everyone's attention up. So look at this. All right, so we buried the panties. You have the before and after picture. This is the after, as you can see. So it was in 2019 from April to June. So these panties were buried for 2 months to check the agronomic life, the life in the soil. And this is what was left of the organic cotton panties. You can see that only the elastic is left, and this little synthetic tissue for the ribbon. Thank you. So it was really a success, and everybody was really surprised and reassured as well, because we can see that our soils are full of life and they're healthy. And we wanted to prove that a healthy soil is a soil that will better resist climate change. So there's a video, and we are going to show you this video to explain the protocol, because the idea is to try and do this everywhere in France for our farmers. So it's a very simple protocol to implement, and you just need 100% white cotton panty. And we saw when there's a color, it's not digested as much. So it's actually important the panties be white. The organisms don't digest it as well if the panties are color panties. So we insist on the fact that you need to do this for 2 months with 100% cotton panties, French panties for the French farmers, please. All right, this is what we recommend. So maybe we can show the video, and then I'll come back to give you an update about Anthony Castin, who is the farmer who implemented this on his plot. Okay, let's look at the pictures. So, and what if panties could help us understand our soils? Risk Aquasol aims to develop a comprehensive approach. So brake slip, the trigger. Well, so to study soil life, well, this is very daring, but also very serious, this original event, which is a genuine scientific protocol, actually comes from Great Britain. And the purpose is to increase awareness of the role of life in their soil. In fact, these 100% cotton panties will give us a lot of information about their adopted terroir, if we can call it that. After 8 weeks, buried 1 foot underground, about 20 centimeters. Here is the verdict. Well, you have the elastic, you can see that's left, and the small knot. Well, it's a little ribbon. In fact, it's Anthony Castin, a winemaker in the Bergerac area. Well, soil biology is important because soil, in fact, feeds the plant. So for soil to feed the plant, it's not just a reservoir. It must also, in fact, renew life revive, as it were. So it's important for me to know if the soil is alive, we have microfauna, if degradation activity of organic matter is good, and all of this is important, it matters. And the more alive a soil is, the more structured it is. When it's aired and filtered, it has a better useful reserve of water. Insects, mollusks, and especially bacteria and fungi work the soil naturally, and that benefits crops. And without strong biological activity, soils are more compact and they suffer more erosion. Especially in the case of heavy rainfall, lifeless soil will absorb less water, and this will increase runoff and leaching of land, and even increase flooding. And however, with the expected climate change, extreme climate events are likely to occur more often in our region. So on the one hand, we have a flood risk, and on the other hand, we have a drought risk. So we'd like the solutions that help us to reduce the flood risk are also solutions to help us to reduce the drought risk. So the onus is on us now to find solutions that are adapted to each climate context from the south of the Atlantic, so Portugal, Spain, to the north, Ireland and England via France. So that's our challenge. And we believe that the soil is one of the ways to improve that operation. Well, concretely, if you want a soil that works well, I'm just going to take an example, which is the sponge. A sponge system that mitigates the excess rainfall or keep water in the soil longer when there's insufficient rainfall. And the idea is to have a soil that works as a buffer, because if the soil doesn't work at all, well, we're going to have a bit of a concrete effect. The water's going to leave. We're going to have a lot of erosion, and very quickly our soils will lose their agronomic potential if they are not good quality soils. So knowing the life of the soils, and especially the parameters that are influential, it's a genuine challenge for European agriculture. The Break Slip project was successfully carried out with our English neighbours to study the state of soil.
Scientific rationale behind it. It tells you a lot about the health and the biodiversity in the soil, which tells us about how well that soil's doing. We've worked with lots of farmers to do this, both the ones that are already changing, and so they can see the benefits of their change in terms of a healthy soil, but also in the ones that need to do more. And it's a great way of showing them how damaged some of their soils are, but also how they can improve them relatively quickly.
8 semaines ont passé, et voici
and 8 weeks later, here are our panties. Well, over with them, that's fine. They were offered by the Oli brand, which specializes in natural textile, and delighted a whole bunch of animals, little animals. The first experience is clearly a success. Only the elastics and the lace remains. All the cotton was in fact created by earthworms and other microorganisms. So there's life on this plot. Life abounds on this plot, cultivated with the vegetable cover. Pulses and grasses may have brought more life to this old vine plot. On this younger vine that was plowed recently, the result is less convincing, but also very instructive. Okay, it's degraded, but not as much as the other one. So if we test this protocol on different types of soils, different situations, contexts, technical routes, there is an exchange of practices in general, and this is part of a global approach that will contribute to the work of the group as a whole. The result is still positive. Anthony was able to, deduce several items of information from that, because the tractor had an impact on the soil, and he measured the impact of the plant cover on the land where there was more degradation and deterioration of the panties. The idea is to have as much of information as possible to identify the parameters that influence the life of soils through the Break Slip project. It's therefore a global research and a comprehensive research project in agronomy. We can say that per hectare there are like 5 tons of living matter in the soil. We can't see it, of course. This is the equivalent of about 100 sheep per hectare. This is an indicator that will allow us, with the wine producers, contributing to the project to adapt our practices, or at least to make the right diagnosis as to the biological life of the soil. Working together to improve the resilience of the soil confronted with climate change, and also improving soil fertility and structure for better productivity, that is the choice and the commitment of the Brexlip team. The project has already been applied in France, and now we're looking for new followers. So if you have a piece of land and you want to do a test, plant your panties and discover the life of your soils. This is a very clear, explicit topic. For those who are listening to us from abroad, we have a French sentence which is well known, which is "Love is in the field." Love is in the field is a dating show for farmers looking for husbands or wives. So, what are the latest news? How can we identify this? How can we work with this in the future? This is a very clever communication aspect, but there's a fundamental issue behind that, of course, that we understand. I would like to say something. The term, we were in the middle of the Brexit, so Brexleep, which sounds like Brexit, especially in French, and asleep being the panty. So we wanted to use that, and we were influenced by our partner Lawrence, who spoke earlier. And Lawrence had implemented this operation in England, and he'd already implemented that. Maybe the panties weren't quite as sexy. This is maybe the difference, but that's France for you, So, it's a bit of a fun approach in terms of the action with what was done with the name. I think that will draw people's attention. So that is also what ensured its success in terms of media coverage. And of course, we're absolutely thrilled. We were even on Energy, which is a radio station that really plays music for younger people. So with Kowe, one of the big major radio DJs. So. Show hosts. So we want to be able to reproduce the protocol, and Anthony Castin, farmer, wants to be able to implement that over the same period of time to be able to check, to see the soil life, and to have what he wants is a technical itinerary looking at the diagnosis that he can come to when he brings out the panties. So he wanted to do that this year in March 2020. He wanted to repeat the operation. Well, with the COVID crisis, he was not able to take care of that aspect. He had to deal with more urgent marketing issues to sell his wine. But the objective actually is to do this every year and to promote it with other farmers. It's very visual, It's quite simple to implement. It will not replace other analyses, but it will be a complementary approach, and it will allow us to raise awareness. Thank you very much to all three of you. Perhaps you wanted to add a final word, but this shows that we can do work in many different ways in different regions, and that is the whole the value, in fact, of this project, showing that different regions can do things in different ways to reach resilience, which is what we're seeking to achieve, resilience in light of climate change. So I really want to thank you all. And now we're going to move on around Europe. So we're going to go to Ireland. Please stay with me while we welcome our friend who's present from Ireland. We're going to Galway with Edel Doherty, who is, I think, with us. We're going to see Edel Doherty up on screen. We are looking for insurance issues as well, and the results of a study on the cautious or prudent choices of Irish farmers, preferences regarding insurance against extreme weather events. And this is an issue in all our European regions. So we're going to hear from Ireland. Can we see Edel Doherty now? That's it. Thank you very much.
And thank you for having me here. I'm kind of a little bit nervous coming after the Brexlip presentation because it was so interesting. So I hope my presentation will be also interesting.
I'm sure it will. We're just adjusting the sound level here for the interpreters, and you can begin your presentation, and your PowerPoint should be coming up on the screen.
Okay, so thank you. So what I'm going to present for my talk is I want to talk about exploring farmer preferences for insurance against extreme weather events. And thank you for the introduction. My name is Edel Doherty. I am a lecturer in economics at NUI Galway, the National University of Ireland, Galway. And I can't believe we're actually at the end of Risk Aquasoil. It's been a really interesting project. I've learned a lot myself. And I've had the opportunity to work and meet new colleagues, which has been really, really enjoyable. So I'm a lecturer in economics, and the Galway partners were economists and we're also behavioural psychologists. So a lot of the work that we've done in Risk Aquasoil is around exploring kind of farmer preferences and farmers' attitudes towards adaptation. And what I want to do for my presentation is just speak about one aspect of the work that we've done, which is exploring their preferences for insurance. So if I could just have the next slide, please. So as we know, and this probably does not need any introduction, is that we know that extreme weather events are projected to increase with climate change. And one way that we can actually measure that is we can look at it in terms of economic costs. And we have insurers that have estimated the cost of extreme weather events. And we've seen that the cost of natural disasters have increased from around $25 billion per year during the 1980s to $175 billion in 2016. And also in more recent times, there's been a greater focus on this idea of disaster risk management. And I think that's where Risk Aquasoil really fits in very nicely. And that idea is to strengthen the resilience and also to reduce losses associated with disaster events. And we know that the agricultural sector is extremely vulnerable to the effects of extreme weather events. And at the same time, we're relying on agriculture to meet a massive increase in global food demand. So what we wanted to do specifically then, in terms of one aspect of this project, in terms of some of our work, is to look at insurance. And the interest in insurance is really because there is a broader focus within the climate change economics literature and also about and also among policymakers on the role of insurance, because it's perceived to be a more efficient means to ensure financial security than post-disaster aid for damages. And it allows, for example, for some anticipatory planning, and therefore it has gained a lot of attention. And we know that there are certain countries such as Canada and the United States that use insurance as a primary tool for reducing farmers' exposure to risk. So for example, in the United States, they use insurance to protect farmers against falling prices and also yields. Within Europe, the focus has come in 2008, which was the first time that a risk management layer was added to the common agricultural policy. And risk management has become more important as a focus among the CAP. However, sometimes in terms of you thinking about it at kind of the European level, the take up of some of these things are quite low, although within certain European countries, they have well-developed markets for insurance, for example. However, one thing that we think about and we know well is that traditional insurance suffers from well-known problems that are really problematic in the context of something like Risk Aquasoil, because insurance can disincentivize farmers to engage in wider farm adaptation. And what we know from the literature, for example, is that sometimes insurance acts as a substitute for adaptation. So what we wanted to do then in terms of this project, so could I have the next slide, please? Is we wanted, first of all, to examine preferences for insurance. So looking at Irish farmers' preferences for protection against extreme weather events. So what we talked about specifically within this survey is their preferences for protection against storms, droughts, floods, and wildfires. And more importantly, I suppose what we wanted to do was to examine preferences for what we call innovative elements of insurance design that are less likely to disincentivize wider farm adaptation. So the study isn't just about looking at preferences for insurance, but actually looking at preferences for aspects of insurance design that could also promote wider farm adaptation. And the two main ones that we looked at in the context of our study was this idea of weather index insurance. And the way weather index insurance works is that payout is triggered to a farmer based on an external index as measured, for example, by a local weather station or satellite. So, for example, if rainfall fell below a certain threshold in a local area, farmers would receive payment based on that threshold. And the idea is that once this payout is based on an external source, then it doesn't have the same disincentive effects to farmers to engage in adaptation, because if their farm is still relatively well adapted, they'll still receive a payout. And in fact, it makes sense to have their farm be more adaptive because they will get payout anyways. So if you think about a traditional insurance design, if I, for example, taking a very simple example, insure my bicycle, then that means that I may be less likely then to lock my bicycle or take care of it, because if I lose my bicycle, I know I receive an insurance payment. So this weather index insurance is trying to get around that idea of that moral hazard. By having insurance, I'm less likely to make other investments. The second thing that we looked at as well was this idea of multi-annual coverage. So in an Irish context, farmers are usually have to renew their insurance every year. But multi-annual insurance means that farmers can buy into longer insurance contracts. And there's some discussion again among the literature to suggest that giving the farmers the option to buy into longer insurance contracts provides some financial security and encourages them to undertake a longer term investment. And a third aspect of what we wanted to do is we wanted to explore the characteristics of farmers who prefer not to buy insurance. And what we were also kind of trying to do with this study was to use insurance to try and measure in some sense farmers' risk preferences towards these extreme weather events. So for example, if they're not willing to buy insurance, is that because they just don't believe that extreme weather events are particularly important that they need to worry about? So we were using this also as a measure of those risk preferences. So what we did then is we designed a study. So we designed a survey, a quantitative survey. We use this method called a discrete choice experiment method. And I'm sure many of my colleagues in Risk ACOSOIL have never heard of this before I joined the project and may not have to listen to it again after this project is finished. But it's a method that I work on. It's a common method in economics. And the idea of a discrete choice experiment is that you create these options, these hypothetical options. You ask your respondents, in this case farmers, to answer this. And you say, here is option A, option B, and option C. Option A is described by some of these attributes and levels. Option B is also described by some of these attributes and levels, and saying, well, given these options and given these levels, which option would you prefer? And I'll give an example of one that we showed to farmers. And based on that, we can learn a lot of information about farmers' preferences. So what we did then is we collected this survey, we designed it and collected it on 270 farmers in Ireland in 2019. Using quota controls to ensure that the sample that we got was representative of the Irish farming population. What we did within the survey is we described it as an EU-backed or publicly backed insurance scheme, because that is not currently available in Ireland. And there is a focus as well among Irish policymakers in terms of using insurance as an adaptation tool. And we described it therefore as an EU-backed insurance to cover output losses associated with the extreme weather events. And it was and farmers were told it would be in addition to any private insurance that they might have. So many farmers in Ireland have some type of private insurance covering things such as damage to property or public liability or employer liability. So this is the levels that we use. So what we did then, we created what we called 3 attributes, and it was duration of insurance contract. And the duration could be the normal 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, or 10 years. So farmers could buy in, for example, up to 5 years or 10 years into an insurance contract. Then we had this attribute, what we call method of damage assessment. And it was either an on-farm inspection, which is the traditional way in which an insurance auditor comes out to inspect damages to a farm, and farmers receive payment based on that inspection, or this Weller Index insurance, which pays out on the basis of an index, such as rainfall being below a threshold as measured by a local Weller station. And then we also just had insurance premium per year. So this would just be the cost of insurance to a farmer per year. We investigated different ways to present this to farmers, but farmers preferred this idea of this kind of whole level insurance. So rather than having it on a per hectare basis, for example. So this is an example of a choice card that we gave to farmers. So insurance product A, it was 10 years in duration. The method of damage assessment is an on-farm inspection and would have cost €200 per year. The insurance product B is 1 year, it's index-based and it's €100, or farmers have the option, obviously, then just to have no insurance. And we said, of these three choices, which would you prefer? And we asked farmers to make a series of these choices, and by making a series of choices, we're able then to examine their preferences for these levels associated with these attributes. So then just in terms of some of the results from this survey, so I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So what we found then is we estimated some models looking at what we call these willingness to pay. And what we found is that on average, farmers had a statistically significant preference for longer insurance contracts, but they were only willing to pay about €25 per year for each additional year of guaranteed coverage. Farmers tended to prefer the index-based over the traditional on-farm inspection, and they were willing to pay about €141 for index-based as a method of damage assessment. And also farmers were willing to pay about €220 a year to basically avoid not having any type of insurance. And we estimated some models also to look at what was driving some of these preferences. And we find that farmers who keep a variety of fodder, and we use this as a measure of the risk preferences, tended to significantly prefer longer insurance contracts. We also found that farmers who tended to be more concerned about extreme weather based on their self-stated concerns were significantly more likely to prefer index insurance. And in fact, that preference for index insurance seems to be wholly driven by that proportion of farmers who tend to be concerned about extreme weather events. And we tested a number of other interactions because there's a lot of there's a big literature out there in terms of farm insurance and looking at preferences and the drivers in farm insurance, but we didn't really find much else in terms of significant interactions between the attributes farmer or farm characteristics. So then just in terms of looking at, we found over 70% of farmers were willing to buy insurance, and the average willingness to pay was about $220 to $250 per year. And then what we wanted to do is we wanted to examine the characteristics of farmers who were less likely to buy insurance. And we found that farm size was positive, so bigger farms were more likely. Older farmers were less likely, which is somewhat problematic because in the context of Ireland, many of our farming population tend to be older. If the farm was previously affected by weather, that was a positive indicator, and we also observed some regional variation. And we did actually, while I haven't presented it here, we did actually ask them about other adaptation measures, and we found that they were significantly related to buying insurance. And then in terms of other characteristics, such as the type of farm, the education level of the farmer, whether the farm had an on-farm successor, if they had an on-farm, off-farm income, or financial preferences were not significant drivers. And in the context then of the farmers who weren't willing to buy, the main reasons that they stated was that they felt that they had adequate insurance already, or they just weren't concerned about extreme weather events and felt they didn't need insurance coverage for it. So then just in terms of my final slide, so just then in some of the conclusions, so climate risk insurance tended to be viewed positively by the majority of farmers. And what, as I said, we wanted to look at was whether it was possible to redesign insurance contract to reduce the moral hazard associated with traditional insurance contracts. We did find as well, and while I didn't state it, is that cost is the most important consideration to farmers. And therefore, and I know there is a kind of discussion in international markets, there is insurance subsidies. we don't have that in Ireland, is that could we subsidise insurance to promote wider farm adaptation or even mitigation? And while this was just, so I suppose just to conclude to say that this was just really one aspect of some of the work that we've done for Risk Aquasoil around looking at kind of farmers' attitudes and willingness to engage in different adaptation measures and what they perceive to be as their main barriers to adaptation. So we have some policy reports as well based on those findings. So thank you very much. And nice to see all my colleagues again on Risk Aquasoil.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que c'était un plaisir partagé.
Thank you, and it was a pleasure to see you too. Thank you for speaking live from Ireland on the question of insurance. We're now going to continue moving through the program with another subject. We're going to change countries. We're going to head off from Ireland to Portugal, where at the Centre for Social Studies of the University of Coimbra, we have Alexandra Oliveira Tavares, who is going to talk about framing public policies to enhance communities' resilience to climate change. A presentation on public policies, with the idea obviously being to always find ways in which the resilience of communities to climate change can be enhanced through public policy. So we head off to see Alexandre. Hello. And can you hear us? Okay, so delighted to see you. And we are going to hand over to you to begin your presentation for about 15 minutes. And we will have the translation of our interpreters. Thank you very much. So you can now put up your PowerPoint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and to share all of the developments of Risk Aquasoil. And it's, as Edel has said before, it's a very impressive project, and we could learn a lot about all the experience of all the partners. And thank you for being here. And I'm trying to present some reflections about framing policies about climate change. And in the last slides, I would like to highlight some of our results about social media coverage that we made in one of the topics of the project. So first of all, it's a reflection about public policies about climate change. Next slide, please. This presentation is organized in three goals. First of all, in some frameworks about climate change from national and EU frameworks, and the climate change from Sendai, for instance, United Nations Sendai's framework, and some topics from other organizations. And then I will present, based on this kind of approach and policy framework, some key questions that we consider that are the main topics that will be structured all the development about climate change public policies and related with the local-based approach. Next slide, please. So I begin here with a reflection from two authors that in 2011 present what are the long way about climate change. We are here, but we have different questions that from the last 25 years old to 25 years, they have been changing. First of all, 20, 30 years ago, we are dealing with what are the problems of climate change. Then we were concerned about what could be the impacts, then the adaptation measures, and now we are trying to understand what could be the benefits of applying this kind of approaches. And we consider right now that we could be on the 6th generation where we need to have adaptation in public discourse. So we must have public policy recognized for the citizens and not only for organizations. Next slide, please. So we have been balanced between four topics: the top-down and bottom-up approach, from the predictive models, from the diagnostic model, and this way of 25 years, we have been from global scenarios approach, very strictly based on science approach. And right now we have been approached to bottom up and sustainable communities where the diagnoses have been very demanded for this. Next one, please. So we present here some of the frameworks. Some of them are mandatory. Some other could be only reports, but we can see that from the last 8 years, we have some approach that clear statement that we don't have a margin of competency about adaptation measures. So mitigation could be a part of the problem, but the adaptation could be the solve of the problem. And some of the topics also underline that we must plan in a balanced way, and trying to frame not only policymakers, not only the scientific network interactions or scientific knowledge, but also the sector aspects and the individuals and community knowledge. And this could be the only way to get public policy that could be recognized for all the communities. Next slide, please. So nowadays we can understand that all the implementation of public policies about climate change are two domains. One domain about generation of knowledge, very pointed on climate forces, on environmental context, on climate science. Then we have another point about risk assessment that are supported by social capital, financial support for instance, for research projects. And the sharing of this kind of approach only could produce a risk analysis judgment, and could share better climate change policies, which could be monitored and could be sharing and changing for improvement new policies. Next, please. So we have a traditional two thematic approaches, 4 thematic areas, and 2 sectoral approaches, and this is the main framework about EU policies about climate change, improving the adaptation and promotes the sectoral adaptation measures. And then I'm going to present the first slide, please. The next slide, please. I'm going to present about these 10 key questions that could be the structures of the next 10 years about communities' involvement. The first one is a local-based approach. This is a scalar approach, and this could be the only way to implement a local approach and could be recognized. So this is a way to get feedback and the individuals of the group. And we need also another scale of approach, the transnational scale of approach. The pandemic of SARS, it's a good example, but we also need for this multi-scale approach for instance, for dealing with fire emergencies or to management based in approach for dealing with water masses. Next, please. The third main questions, it's the dealing and management with sensitive and complex areas, and this could be a frame for planning in an adaptive way. And I'm saying that sensitive and complex areas could be a new reference for planning, for spatial planning. And I'm talking about interface with urban and rural areas or the coastal areas, for instance. And this could be a very underlying topics for dealing with climate change. Next one, please. The fifth question is dealing with natural resources, not only with soils, but with the ecosystems, and what could be the underground and surface water living stocks. And this could be, and the risk aqua soil support this kind of approach. Next, please. One main topic is also dealing with critical infrastructures, trying to have redundancy and backups, and what could be a principle of the adaptation and use at advanced technology remotely, or trying to have new answers and new responses for dealing with in quick way and dealing with early warning, for instance. Next, please. And the last three key questions is dealing with and understanding what could be the social vulnerability for applying the public policies, the focus with the understanding but the needs of users, and trying to use what could be the data producers, the crowdsourcing, the user patient applications, so we can involve all the partners and users trying to deal with public policies about climate change. And then we could have the dealing with the type of disease curves, not only for simple and problems, but getting the understanding what could be the uncertainty and ambiguity of problems, but only of this approach supported by risk communication and co-productions of knowledge. Next one. This is, for instance, using this kind of key questions for Portugal. We have three main ways of dealing with public policies in Portugal. First of all, please, could be ahead. One is about urban. We are very focused what could be the dealing and the application of this kind of question on urban areas in cities. Then in rural areas, we have several problems about forest fires, with droughts, with floods. So rural areas, but only dealing with the quantity and quality of natural resources. And then we are very focused on climate change in areas sensitive areas, for instance, and coastal areas. And then we are trying to be prepared to dealing with extreme events. And then the next topic that I'm going to summarize and trying to share what were our dealing about the understanding of media that are the frame of this evolution of public policies. Next one. So we understand that we have three different approaches about climate change understanding. Governmental narrative, a technical narrative, and academic narrative, underlying by the different topics where the civil society has not been represented, and there is a dismissive form from this kind of involvement. Next one. So we try to find three main gaps that could be filled in these new approaches about climate change in the communities, because we reach that we have environmental hyperopia because we are always focused on global scenarios. That is a no resilient narrative, for instance, pointing the good practice, the good local practice. We must have a new institutional challenge involving new different knowledge and new technological approach for local-based approach. And then we must involve the public participation. So next one, in conclusion, communication for resilient communities has a practice of undermine what could be the knowledge and local knowledge approach. And for instance, I think that could be there will be a long way to reach and to have a recognized public policies trying to get the good practice and made the global changes at local level. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Alexandre Tavares. We're going to stay in Portugal for the next presentation. I'm just looking to the technicians if we can hand over now to the next speaker. The last presentation by one of the partners of the Risk Aquasol, that's Carolina Rodriguez, Scientific Coordinator, again in Portugal, talking about communication strategy and community engagement during the project. And she is speaking to us online.
Et maintenant, par contre, j'ai demandé qu'est-ce qu'on nous mette un tout petit peu de voix ici pour entendre le son de votre voix.
Good morning, my name is Carolina Rodrigues and I'm going to talk a little bit about the communication strategy and community engagement in the Risk Aquasoil project. Next slide.
Alors, vos diapositives vont apparaître maintenant.
All right, so your slides are going to come up on screen now that your presentation starts. There they are. All right, it's much simpler for you to see them, I think. Go ahead.
It was in the communication and dissemination strategy that the Landscape Laboratory most intervened in the Risk Aquasoil, namely in the development of the website and management of social networks. This is because in any project, it is essential to have a good communication strategy and dissemination of results and activities in order to involve the main target groups and stakeholders and to maximize the impact of the project. The website has all the relevant information about the project, such as results, news, clipping or newsletters, and making it the key element of the dissemination strategy. We also promoted several environmental awareness actions with community engagement for good soil and water management practices. Next slide. These actions included 2 awareness-raising actions targeting farmers with a total number of 28 participants. In these actions with the farmers, we talked about the importance of soil quality for our planet, for us, and for our climate. In general, we explained that the soil, due to its vast scale and ability to isolate large amounts of carbon, may be the only way to balance our climate and feed the world. And that is why some people are trying to save the soil in hope that the soil will be able to save us. Next slide. We explained that to stabilize the climate of the Earth, we can use a powerful technology to capture carbon, that is photosynthesis of plants and soil microbes. Because the plants during the photosynthesis capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and much of that carbon, around 40%, is sent to the roots and it's strategically spread to the soil microbes. These microbes in turn process the organic matter in the soil and provide nutrients that the plant needs, as it was explained before in the presentation of the Break Sleep project. What currently happens is that the soils treated with conventional agriculture with chemicals are practically devoid of microbes. And the more the soil is tilled, the weaker it becomes, and more the farmers feel forced to use chemicals. And this is the vicious cycle of industrial agriculture. Toxic chemicals not only kill the soil microbes, they also affect negatively our body. And there are scientific studies that relate the spraying of some herbicides, such as glyphosate, with the pediatric cancers and other diseases. The general picture is that since chemical agriculture soared globally in the 70s, we have lost 1/3 of the Earth's humus. And according to the United Nations, if we do not save our soils, or if we don't reverse this trend of using practices that do not cooperate with nature, we are left with 60 harvests. Next. Our actions also included informative days in open fairs to promote the project, its objectives and results and upcoming events, targeting not only the scientific community, but also the general community. Next. Here in these info days, efforts were made to make the Risk Aquasoil stand as attractive as possible. A short video was also developed to promote the project in different situations, such as open fairs, exhibitions, conferences, or lessons, proving to be an effective means to capture audience attention and curiosity. This short video is available on the website and social media, and it is translated into English, French, and Spanish. Yes, we also carried out 11 afforestation actions, where a total of more than 1,300 people participated. Next. In these actions, we invited the general community or specific target groups, such as schools, including schools with children with special needs, scouts, nursing homes, and companies. Next. Yes, the goal of the afforestation actions was to raise people's awareness of soil desertification. We wanted to make people aware that healthy soils absorb water and carbon dioxide, but when we destroy the soil, it releases water and carbon dioxide, and this dries the soil and it turns it into dust. This process is what we call desertification, and it happens when we create too much bare soil, too much soil without plants. And if there is no living plant, there will be more evaporation instead of transpiration, and consequently there is less rain. And if we remove all the plants from a soil, we will change the microclimate. And when we do this in more than half of the soil of the world, for example, through deforestation, we change the microclimate. Therefore, soil desertification is a major threat to the climate and to our species. And currently, the livelihoods of more than 1 billion people are threatened by desertification. We also did several activities to promote sustainable agriculture and healthy eating with students of different degrees, from kindergarten to senior schools. Some of these activities included visits to the pedagogical community gardens of Guimarães. Basically, with these activities, we wanted to transmit to people that our health and the health of our planet are connected. And if we have quality soil, we will have quality food and quality health. So we have to take care of our soil and the organisms that exist there, because they are essential for our health and the health of our planet. We wanted to convey the idea that we are in a critical moment for humanity, and that our choices, including how we feed ourselves, can help to heal our planet. We wanted to people ask themselves, in which model I want my food to be produced, what farming systems I'm supporting, I'm helping to regenerate our planet, or the opposite. These activities included painting with the kids. Next. Also the Know the Seeds activity. Next. And the activity of aromatic herbs plantation, which had 7 editions. Yes, the other 2 activities had to be postponed, and it is expected to take place this month. One of them is the composting activity, which aims to make people aware that food waste is not garbage. So instead of going to landfill, we can use it to make compost. We can collect the food leftovers from our homes, schools, cities, transform them into compost, and take them to our local farms or gardens and help to regenerate our planet. Next, yes. The other activity is the game of Environmental Glory, which is an educational game that focuses on 4 sustainable development goals that recommend direct consideration of soil resources, especially soil pollution and degradation in relation to food security. The aim of this pedagogical game is to make people aware that habits and behaviors can make a huge difference in building a more sustainable society. Next. Of
Alors, nous avons un petit problème de liaison, je crois, et vos dernières paroles.
Sorry, we just had a connection problem, so we didn't hear your last 2 or 3 sentences. Could you please say them again, Carolina? The last 15 or 20 seconds, because we weren't able to hear you.
Okay. I said, did you hear the environmental game? No. I said that we will do an activity called Environmental Glory Game, which is an educational game that focuses on 4 sustainable development goals that have consideration of soil resources, especially soil pollution and degradation in relation to food security. The aim of this game is to make people aware that our habits can make a huge difference in building a more sustainable society. I said also that regarding soil and water pollution, we also carried out cleaning actions on rivers in Guimarães, mainly with the participation of schools or students from the local university and green volunteers existing in each parish of Guimarães municipality. For example, on the International Day of River, 300 volunteers appeared to clean up one of the most polluted rivers in the city, and the result was great. Next. The goal of these cleaning actions was to clean up rivers and talk a little bit about soil pollution. that refers to the presence in the soil of a chemical or substance that is present in a higher concentration than normal and has adverse effects on non-target organisms. The problem is that soil pollution often cannot be directly assessed or perceived visually, and therefore it becomes a hidden hazard. There are many ways of polluting the soil. It includes the discharge of industrial waste into the soil and others such as excessive application of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, as I said before. The Landscape Laboratory also co-organized the Climate Change International Conference on October 2018 in Guimarães to promote awareness for the territorial impacts of climate change. In this conference, results were presented by the different project partners and discussed with invited key agents on governance, innovation, risk management, and climate change. The close cooperation with different speakers was necessary to achieve the best possible combination of good practices for the territory, and some resulted in published papers that are currently available on the website in the tab Scientific Publications. Next. We also organized a final workshop in Guimarães last month, which included presentations of researchers, teachers, experts from Portuguese universities who approached the various prisms of risk management in soil and water with national case studies. This workshop was live streamed on YouTube and social networks, and it was open to the entire community. However, the second day of the workshop was training actions on the management of public space without herbicides, and that was directly, exclusively to municipal technicians. Next. The third day of the workshop was a practical action to control invasive species and plant native trees at Castro Sabroso, which is a site of natural and archaeological interest located in Guimarães. Besides, we also invited everyone to visit 2 exhibitions of the Risc Aquasoil project in the Landscape Laboratory during the EU Green Week. Yes, one of the exhibitions was informative and contained information on the results obtained by the different partners of Risc Aquasoil, and the other one was a photographic exhibition of Veiga de Creixemil, which is one of the main fertile plains of Guimarães. I think I was able to summarize our activities, but if there are any questions or suggestions, you can make them here or later through the project website. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, referring to the website of the project, you'll be able to continue conversing with the different partners in the project and all the people who are involved. Thank you very much, Carolina, for being with us. And at the end of the morning, we will have a few minutes to continue to exchange views with the different players in the project. And now we are going to...
de questions-réponses. Nous allons retrouver tout le monde à l'écran en simultané, entendre un témoignage. Après cette dernière présentation d'un partenaire du projet, place donc à un témoignage et place à des invités qui vont nous rejoindre pour une présentation qui va également nous montrer à quel point les sujets dont nous parlons sont extrêmement concrets et prégnants, avec des réalités, des conséquences qui sont déjà dans le quotidien extrêmement importantes lorsque parfois des situations dramatiques se déroulent. On parle de mesures d'aménagement du territoire, on parle de mesures d'alerte, mais il faut évidemment se remettre dans un contexte où l'anticipation a beaucoup de valeur, d'autant que lorsque celle-ci fait défaut, on peut en mesurer des conséquences absolument dramatiques. C'est pourquoi le témoignage que nous allons entendre va permettre de replonger les 2 pieds dans le réel, encore qu'on ne les ait pas évidemment fait de façon qu'on n'ait pas fait cela de façon
at any time. But you know, we've been talking a lot about projects, exchange, construction, and this witness testimony is us from a real situation. Before I welcome our guests, I would like to greet all those who are watching us on AgriWeb TV since the beginning of this morning. On replay, also on AgriWeb TV, you can find this long colloquium. Well, imagine, well, at the beginning we were supposed to be doing it with everybody present, with direct exchanges. We decided in the last few weeks only to have it in digital form. No one would imagine that we would have to do that in 2020, you know, and the project started quite some time ago, and no one imagined at the outset that we'd have to do this. But in any case, you will be able to watch the replay and look at the sequences that you think are particularly interesting on the replay, the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture. Don't forget to register on the application so that you continue to be informed of all the work we're doing, all the discussions and exchanges, and you can use the website link as well to ask questions and to bring your contribution and to ask questions basically of all the different experts that you saw this morning. Many of them had already met through the many exchanges that have taken place, the many discussions over the last 3 years, and it is precisely during one of those events that the people we're going to be hearing from now met the partners of the project with feedback and experience, and we're going to welcome them in a few minutes from now. We're just waiting for the connection with them. And with all the members of the project, I would like to tell you something about what you're going to be able to do a little bit later. Ask questions. So we'll have a question and answer session. You will raise your hands wherever you are and interact with each other. To be able to start the discussion, I will ask a few preliminary questions with all of you here, all of you who are with us online, who've been with us since 9 o'clock this morning. So I imagine it needs a lot of patience for those who are looking and following and listening to us online. All right. At the end of the morning, we will hear from José Quevedo from the DEX group. José Quevedo will be speaking to us very briefly on the management of cooperation in the framework of European projects. And they will then have representatives from the Périgord Chamber of Agriculture, the Secretary General of the Prefecture of Dordogne, Martin Lesage, who has been with us this morning, physically present here in these premises. I remind you once again that you can register in the register section of the application to find all the information on the Risk Aquasoil program. Do we have a project, sorry. Do we have all our guests online? So perhaps now we will start the question and answer session. So I'll ask our technical team to show us the people who were here speaking French and who've been with us since the beginning of the morning, and they translated what they said in French was translated into English by interpreters. Since the beginning of the morning, we've had many French speakers whose faces you will now see up here on screen, and then I will ask to see the photo, well, the screens showing all those who spoke to us from Ireland, from Portugal, from Spain. Do we have the group, maybe, are we doing those who spoke in English first? So if those who spoke English are still with us, can you please turn your cameras back on, your video back on, so that we can see you on the screen? Thank you. Yeah, very good. I can see some of our friends who are present. Our friends from Nouvelle-Aquitaine who are with us. Thank you for being here. You started out at the beginning of the morning. So, Jean-François Berthoumieux.
So, you have coordinated Risk Aquasoil, the project as a whole. So, what memories will you keep of this period, and what are the things you will remember about the exchanges, the sharing of data, the sharing of experience? So, what are your feelings after these 3 years? I think I feel great confidence to see that there are normal people who are capable of trusting science, measurements, coming up with ideas that the others can then check, put to the test, so that through this group and these very rapid exchanges, rather than working on our own in our corner, we can address different cultures, different climates. And I think that is what can speed up our understanding of the phenomenon. And as Alexandre said earlier, we can perhaps in that way find local solutions that can be adapted to the local cultural situation. So alongside you on the screen, we have Julia, who talked with very pragmatically about the farmers. Julia James, if you could take your microphone. With this sort of project, in your opinion, how can we make the findings of this sort of project really tangible for people in rural areas today? First of all, by communicating about the different findings, by producing tools and materials, by being present in the field and going out to meet the different stakeholders in the farming world, the farming unions, for example, who really can be channels to pass on, communicate ideas. We shouldn't just be addressing a single group, we should be talking to everybody, because often farmers complain that everything's a bit compartmentalized. There's the organic, the non-organic, the different types of farmers, and now perhaps we really have to address this more globally. What you're saying there is very important. You talked earlier about the elected politicians, also with the federations and professional organizations that exist, which can serve as a relay and can pass on the ideas, take up the ideas, reflect on the proposals that are made. Because if I come back to what Jean-François Berthoumier was saying earlier, we do need to find ways of implementing these actions at a very local level. Yes, absolutely. There are measures, things that cannot be implemented today necessarily. We need to really measure the risk in the field and then try to apply sustainable, viable, long-term solutions. Since we're talking about long-term solutions, if we could perhaps show our speakers from other countries, from Ireland, Adele Doherty, from the National University of Ireland, if she's still there with us. So there we can see them all up on the screen. Earlier we talked about insurance and economic choices. Of course, the reality of things in Ireland might not be exactly the same as in France or in another country like Portugal or like Spain. But having said that, what's good with these projects is that we can learn from what other people are doing and propose new approaches to people in our local regions. Wouldn't you agree, Adele?
Yes, absolutely. You know, I suppose myself, my background is I'm a lecturer in economics, so I always find it very interesting to work on a project about managing soils, because it's not something that I would normally do in my work. And I think what I've learned really from this project is the benefits of kind of an interdisciplinary approach. And then I suppose in terms of my own learning, what I'm trying to do is, because I teach and I teach lots of students, I teach hundreds of students per year, is trying to kind of teach them about what we've learned in risk active soil, and not just about it in terms of what we know from economics, but this notion of, you know, that idea of using local communities as the benchmark for having action on climate change. And yeah, like, I mean, obviously Irish farmers are maybe different to Spain and France, but in some sense they're all the same, you know, in the sense they're running a business, and like everybody who's running a business, economic considerations are really important. And therefore, when we want farmers to engage in adaptation, I think what I learned is maybe it's not just about teaching teaching them about climate change, but also try to teach them that, look, this makes good business sense. This is good in terms of the long-term viability. And I feel that is an important message that we can kind of share with farmers regardless of what country they're in.
Merci beaucoup pour ces propos.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll put up the screen with all our speakers again, and I'm going to ask each of you if we could put all the speakers up on the screen so that we can hand over to you. If you would like to say anything, please put your hand up, just like at school. I'm sure that's the same everywhere in Europe. So if you would like to speak up, if you would like to say something, please put up your hand. The same thing for those of us who are following us in French. Julia Jean-François Berthoumieux, please don't hesitate to put up your hand if you would like to say something. I noted that a lot of the speakers today thanked the others. There was a lot of warmth visibly in your work together. That perhaps is one of the lessons of the project. I'll hand over to Diego, and he can tell us how he felt about the exchanges, discussions with all the different participants, contributors in this project.
Practices and researching on practices, being involved in a project like this, having the opportunity to share knowledge with sociologists, economists, and also people on the ground, like in the Chamber of Agriculture, so having contact with the farmers is very important, because in the long term also makes me think on what I should do in the future to really improve our research, to be more applied and to have more impact really on the ground. So this type of projects are really important, not only for what we are doing within the project, but for me that even if I don't have hair, but I'm still young, for the future, I think I can do things. I mean, it stimulates me to do things more applied and more closer to the day-to-day needs of the local population. And at the end, for civil servant, as we are working as a public research center, it's very important to be very much in touch with the society we are working with.
You're right to point that out. Thank you very much for saying that. I'll take this opportunity before we return to our guests to ask anyone else if you would like to put up your hand, if you would like to say anything, if we can put up the mosaic so we can see everybody. And if the technicians could perhaps put up on the screen. I didn't see, I think we have them on the screen. Lawrence, over to you.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great opportunity to not only repeat what Diego said about the opportunities for transdisciplinary working, but also the nature of working at an Atlantic Arc area. Sort of, we can see the different impacts climate change is having, from kind of us being wetter and having more extreme events in Ireland and in the southwest of the UK, through to having kind of drought, wildfires. And I think it was really important to see that breadth of pressures that are coming from how our water and our soil interact. And so whilst we were all coming from quite different places, we have really similar issues in terms of how do we manage our soils and how do we manage our landscapes. And so I really want to sort of take this opportunity to thank the partnership and all the partners and all the sort of people that have been involved over the last 3-4 years in terms of kind of expanding our knowledge and how we apply things in the Southwest.
Thank you very much for that. So now we're going to have another speaker here who's about to... No, before we have our next speaker, we'll put up the screen with all the different faces. If anybody else would like to speak, please put up your hand. So, who has asked to speak? In France, in Ireland, in Portugal. For a moment there, we could only see France and Portugal. Have we got everybody there? Carolina, if you would like to say something.
Yes, I would like to thank also all the partners and this project, because I think in a very short period of time in which the Landscape Laboratory was involved in the project, we noticed a big environmental and social impact in, at least in Guimarães municipality, and I think globally in other countries. Here, regarding the environmental impact, we already see a positive impact. For example, because of deforestation actions, Guimarães is now greener and less carbonized. We created a good connection with the local farmers, and we will continue to cooperate with them. The impact of the risk aquasoil will remain and will improve. And since we believe we have to invest even more on education of citizens. Regarding the social impact, we could engage more than 1,000 people, including not only farmers, but a whole new generation from kindergarten to university that receives environmental education, especially related to the themes of soil and water pollution and food security in a creative and practical way, because sometimes they don't receive in schools. Besides the elderly people that are kind of isolated could participate in project actions, such as the aromatic herbs plantation. So thank you.
Merci beaucoup à vous.
Thank you very much to you. So now we're going to hand back over to Julia James, who has asked to speak, and she is going to appear on the screen there. So we're listening to you, Julia. I just wanted to mention one thing. I think that today all of us as researchers feel just a little bit sad not to have been able to see each other, but also because it's coming to an end. And I think that that feeling of sadness shows just how successful this transdisciplinary approach has been, in the fact that as researchers we can all work together, and that collaboration will continue between researchers on other projects. So we shouldn't feel sad, because there will be other opportunities. Thank you very much for that, Julia, and thank you for being with us. We have one other person who would like to speak, whose face is going to appear. I'm going to discover who that is at the same time as you. I don't know who it is. So, if you could open your microphone and we will hear you, Alexandre.
Okay. First of all, I totally agree with what Julia said. It's sad to be here. It's a long way. It's a long way, but I would like also to share some feelings about this project. It was a challenge project. I think all of the partners, all of the people involved, try to share field work, field experience with knowledge, theoretical knowledge, and it was a clear interdisciplinary approach. I think all of us get more understanding of what could be the challenge of climate change. I think the last 4 years for all the countries we have stressed by meteorological events, which points our new approaches, and we could not be comfortable about what we have been doing for the last year. So we must always have to be aware for new approaches, new involvement, new partnerships for dealing with climate change. And I think Risk Aqua Soil was a great floor to do this. Finally, I would like to thank Nate and Mario. It was great to be with them, and they support all of the things that I have been mentioned, and it was great. And it's I should underline the work that they made. And as I previously said, it's sad to be here, but it's okay. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Alexandre, pour vos propos.
Thank you, Alexandre, for that, which is the perfect transition to the next presentation. You reminded us that there have been tragic events, and we're now going to go back to June 2017 to talk about the fire of Pedregao Grande with a representative of the victims of an association, the Association of Victims of that fire, Diana Duarte, who is the president of that Association of Victims of the Fire, and also with Rui Rosinha, vice president, so in Portugal. So thank you for being with us, the two of you, today.
On va mettre un tout petit peu de fond de votre voix ici, s'il vous plaît, en studio, pour que nous puissions vous.
We're just going to add and increase the sound here at the studio because we couldn't hear you initially. But thank you very much for being with us. Please tell us something about your association, and please also give us the message that you want to convey, your testimony, your feedback on this very dramatic event that you would like to talk to us about today.
Hello. The Association of Victims of Pedregao Grande pretends to not let forget the event that was a tragedy in that day, because we lost many people, and our landscape is completely different, and we need people to have to think different and do the future, planting other kind of trees and helping people to change this kind of thinking about profit and the profit is eucalyptus, and we don't want that to happen. We want to give to our to our children, to our grandchildren, different landscape that I knew when I was younger. So my name is Dina Duarte. I'm 50 years old and I live in Nudeirinho. I'm the president now of AVIPG, Association of the Victims. In 50 years, the rural landscape has changed a lot. The village and had grandparents, parents, and grandchildren. Gardens and cultivated pastures, herbs, fruits, trees, olive trees, our liquid gold. Our liquid gold are the olive trees, fruits.
They saw the younger ones leave.
Yes. The village are getting older. There are almost no children. Houses and fields are almost abandoned. Eucalyptus appeared 50 years ago. We realize that we are losing the rivers on the landscape, and the ones that exist are with less water now. As the source as is income, it occupied the landscape. Eucalyptus are all over the place. Today, it's all over and too close to the villages. With summer comes fire. It has always been like that. Firefighters and the people used to fight the fire, protecting all kinds of lives. In that day, everything was different. We had a massive fire. 11 people died in my little village. 2 of them were children, Bianca and Rodrigo. We are all victims. In 7 hours, it burned what would burn in a week. They let us die. Nothing worked. 66 died, of which 50 were children and 1 was a firefighter. More than 200 were injured.
This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend, the end of our elaborate plans, the end of everything that stands, the end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be so limitless and free? Desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land.
Okay. Estou pronto.
Nous laissons bien entendu dérouler l'intégralité du film et des images. On a été obligé pour simplement des questions de droit vis-à-vis de la plateforme de diffusion de cette webconférence. Tout à l'heure, on a été obligé de couper la musique.
We had to stop the music for an issue related to copyright, but we will of course let the entire film, we'll leave it all on screen so that everyone can see all these terrible images.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our village.
The road of the dead. We also lost animals, insects, tree fruits. Everything was gone.
The memory of all victims.
Lina Duarte, you're now going to speak again after the images we saw. We apologize for having to stop the music. This is due to copyright issues because we were not allowed during the conference to disseminate the music. But your images, those pictures were so strong, so evocative, so dramatic concerning what you went through in June 2017. Over to you.
Yes, it's true. Thank you for passing the photos because it was important. On 15th of October, we had another massive fire with biggest burn area that there is in memory. We must not forget. We must keep fighting. Solidarity arrived with hugs, plants, animals, and mostly love. The President come to us and give us hugs. Was given us plants, tree to get green. We had people helping us, volunteer people that came and helped us cleaning things. Eucalyptus is considered by the Australian Aborigines as the tree of fire, and we keep planting fires and many business of fire. But today, things keep the same or worse. They are growing all over the place. AVIPG intends to keep the lives that were lost in the collective memory of all of us, and build the future in a perspective of greater resilience of the population, contributing to the training and knowledge for all in several areas. Working for resilient villages. Changing the landscape with native trees. And collective shelters are in progress. The Ferrarias in São João in Penel is going to be done, and also in Moninos, Cimeiros, Figueiró dos Vinhos, the shelter will be done also. Fighting isolation through talking and interhelp so the oldest people feel more accompanied through a VPG plus Mais Perto project. It's closer to people. Now I will pass to my colleague, Rui Rosinha, that will talk to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rui Rosinha, and I am one of the hundreds of injured in the fire of 2017. I work in Castanheira de Pera. I was one of the firefighters with 24 years of firefighter experience. That day, I was fighting a fire in Figueiró dos Vinhos. We received an urgent request for help to move to the town of Moita in Castanheira de Pera. We think another fire. We left immediately towards the place, trying to find out more details about what's going on with our friends and our family. Because when you look towards the Rogo, it seemed that the hell had descended to earth. In 24 years as a firefighter, I never saw nothing like that. But the worst happened. A car with 3 civilians crashed head-on into our vehicle and immobilized us immediately. We left our vehicle, a little confused, to try to help. whoever was in the car that hit us. But as soon as we left, we were immediately involved by the dense smoke and already feeling a lot of temperature in the body. Despite the extra protection of our personal protective equipment, the speed that the fire reached us was very, very fast. Unfortunately, we were unable to save anyone because the 3 occupants were trapped inside the vehicle and we had no tools to get them out of there. They also did not respond. Unfortunately, we were unable to save anyone because, we had to decide for our own lives. One of us couldn't take it and left this world on June 19th, 2017. Gonçalo Conceição, our ASA. 4 of us been in an induced coma. I have been in coma for 2 months and 3 weeks. I had to forcibly retire from my job, retired from the fire department and many other things that I left to do. But I have my family that supports me a lot and always never failed me. I have AVPG. We are people who want to do good and try to help. That somehow catastrophic events like the one of the June 17 in Portugal do not happen again. Not only in Portugal, but in the world. Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna
Merci pour ce témoignage
about
extrêmement fort. Vous vouliez reprendre la parole?
Sorry. Thank you for your witness testimony. Thank you for telling us what happened to you, for speaking to us today. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us this morning, for sharing your testimony and your pictures, your photographs with us. We will now have to move on to the conclusion of this morning. The conclusion is going to be in 2 phases. Jean-Philippe Granger, the president of the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, will welcome the sub-prefect of Dordogne. But for now, we are going to hear from José Quevedo, who is the deputy director of Grupo Dex, and we are going to hear from him about how we can manage, coordinate these cooperation projects, and generally speaking, cooperation within European projects. And I believe that you are with us. We should be seeing you on screen, I think. Yes, José Quevedo. Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for being with us. It's going to be interesting for this sequence, in conclusion, to talk about this project and about more generally the way coordination between different countries among the different members in member states of the European Union can cooperate on very practical terms, in very practical terms. We're listening. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Nous vous écoutons. Allez-y, je vous en prie. Votre micro est allumé, José.
Oui, maintenant, ça va. Bonjour. Il est pour moi assez difficile de reprendre un peu le ton du son normal d'une conférence après avoir écouté nos amis, nos frères portugais nous expliquer tout ce qu'ils ont vécu il y a quelques très peu d'années. Tout simplement, moi, je veux conclure le groupe Dex à qui je représente, mes collègues qui ont travaillé durement dans le projet, Maria Roy, Yolanda, Diego et d'autres aussi, Jonas aussi. Nous nous sentons vraiment très honorés de vous avoir accompagnés dans ce projet. Notre travail est tout simplement d'essayer de mettre noir sur blanc les choses que vous, ceux qui connaissez, ceux qui vous savez par rapport aux aspects techniques. On a essayé de transformer vos idées, vos belles idées, en un format en langue européenne. Nous avons suivi les affaires administratives et financières, toujours lourdes et nécessaires pour tous les programmes européens et pour nous aussi. Et ce que je voudrais vous dire tout simplement, on peut passer si vous voulez. The next slide, please. Oui, ce n'est pas la première fois que nous collaborons avec la CNG, qui est l'Association climatologique de la Mayenne-Garonne, représentée ici et aujourd'hui par Jean-François Berthaumieux.
Presented here today by Jean-François Berthaumieux. It's not the first time we've been working with them, but also it's not the first time that we are working with the Chamber of Agriculture of Dordogne. And since 2011, we've been working. We've worked in the framework of Adapter Climate 1 and 2. Sorry, can you just move back to the previous slide? Move back to the previous slide, from what I understood. We've been working on other European programs in the framework of SUDOE programs in particular. Today, in 2020, is that whatever the topic we're actually working on in European projects, it is important to bear in mind the inspiration, the principles that inspired the European Union. It is not a technical project. It is the spirit of intercultural, interpersonal approaches, the closeness between people. And sometimes we lost that in 2020, and with that in mind, I would really like to thank the technicians who have made it possible for us to communicate despite the difficulty of the situation and the difficulty of maintaining our relationships, our close relationship. It's to see people, you know, who laugh together, who cry together within a European project, and this is a very important thing I wanted to say. And I would really like to thank, well, first and foremost, Europe. Without them, we would not be here. Without it, we would not be here. I would also like to, so the program, the Interreg Atlantic Area Program, I would also like to thank Mr. David Rousseau for his contribution to this project. He's not with us today. I would also like to thank, above all, like to thank Jean-François Berthaumieux as a project leader for the great work that was done. I would also like to thank the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, Julien, Amandine, Nicolas, and in particular, Michel Campagnot, the director. Of course, thank you to all the partners. We have learned a lot thanks to you. I feel privileged to have worked with you. We can work together. We can work concomitantly and together. We can learn from each other. And to finish, what I'd say, in France we say this is only a temporary separation. We will see each other again in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to José Cavado for his words, and thank you also to everyone who has been with us remotely. And we haven't quite finished yet. We are going to now have a word of conclusion, closure, and you can, of course, look at the YouTube link. This very last sequence will be here in the studio, so each of you can listen and hear us in the language of your choice. So we are going to hear from the president of the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, who will welcome the deputy prefect of Dordogne from the French government. And we've had a very interesting morning. We've learned a lot. And these exchanges of views and ideas and experiences have been very constructive over the last 3 years. Thank you. Thank you to you for participating this morning. I really want to emphasize the quality of the work, of the presentations, and the quality of this morning. Everything that has been done shows how worthwhile all these European projects are, how worthwhile this European cooperation is. We can share the knowledge of several experts, several countries. It's very, very important. Many of these experts are not used to working together, and it's a great experience and adventure for them as well. So like José, I sincerely hope that European funding for such projects will continue, will increase. And of course, I really hope that we will all be able to meet in person. Concerning the assessment, the outcomes, there's been a lot of technical information. There have been some avenues to explore, solutions. But as a Chamber of Agriculture, our role is to bring solutions. But farmers will say to me, to go from this situation that I have today and to go to a new situation in the future, how long is it going to take? How much is it going to cost me? So this morning, the department had talked about agroecology, and as the president of the Chamber of Agriculture, I think of agroeconomy. We have to work on economic aspects. In the things that I heard this morning, the role of the Chamber of Agriculture is to support and to provide training for farmers. It is also the scientific intelligence, scientific watch to work on European projects. We have the skills needed to do that, which you have to convey information, disseminate, communicate with the public. We saw that this concerns everyone, not just the farming world, and I think the last presentation showed that. The Chamber of Agriculture has elected representatives, and our role as elected representatives is to use the findings, the conclusions of this work to convince the people, our leaders, to make the best solutions, to make the best decisions, or at least the least harmful decisions. Talking about at the level of the common agricultural policy, for example, I heard this morning what was done in Portugal, things that were done in Portugal that would today be forbidden by law. And I think it's our role to work with elected representatives to convince them to get the legal framework to change for our agriculture, but also for our regions and territories. The future is our work. It's for all of us, and I look forward to seeing you again for new projects in person in the future. Thank you. Mr. Secretary General of the Prefecture of Dordogne, now over to you to speak and to conclude this morning's work. Just to explain that we've taken off our face masks while we speak, and I can assure you that we are far from each other. Of course, we have prepared these premises to be able to have those who are here today to be present in compliance with the health requirements. Thank you very much. I would really like to thank you, as the President of the Chamber of Agriculture did, for the organization of today's work. The technical aspects were brilliantly dealt with, and it allowed us to have these exchanges of views and these presentations this morning. Thank you very much for the organization. As was said, we're at a crossroads now concerning these climate change issues, adapting to climate change. We have natural risks, and these natural risks are changing. We've seen that year after year with climate events that are increasingly dramatic, that we have more and more often. And we've seen this here in Dordogne over the last 2 summers, and we can observe this quite regularly, and it has an impact on the farming world, on agriculture today already. So today the challenge is to stop lying to ourselves, stop wanting to see the realities. We need to realize the magnitude of this problem, of this issue, and not only here in Dordogne, but in Europe as a whole. In Europe as a whole. But this is also a time of opportunity, and we need to see the opportunities with a new common agricultural policy, which will soon enter into force, with rules that have been adapted. Remaining at the French level, we have an economy recovery plan and a plan to boost the economy, which also involves changing agricultural practice. And we are working with the Chamber of Agriculture to ensure that concrete projects are implemented thanks to this funding. And it is very important to be able to organize this sort of event with the support of the European Union. You know, as you said, without Europe, we would not be here today. We would not be where we are today. So it's important that this type of meetings of this nature will allow us will enlighten us, will allow those who govern to make the right choices, to make choices more adapted to the situation. And once decisions have been made at the European level, the national level, the local level, we need to have projects. We need projects in the field with farmers, with chambers of agriculture to lead these projects. And that is the challenge. We want these changes to take place in the field with a hands-on approach in each of our terroirs, each of our regions. We know that in Dordogne, in a single French département, we have very diverse situations. So this change approach is, of course, supported by the French government, the French authorities. Concerning Dordogne and the Dordogne basin, more generally speaking, we have an approach regarding water management with a territorial project for water management under the aegis of the county prefect, and we are looking for concrete solutions, practical solutions adapted to our département to be able to move forward on these themes. So in conclusion, thank you very much for these discussions. This has all been extremely interesting and extremely fruitful, and I really hope that we will be able to see each other in person very soon, rather than with video conferencing, of course, because human contact can never be replaced, even though we have to adapt to the circumstances. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General of the Prefecture. If you want to see all the contents, the presentations, all the information concerning risk and all the Risk Aquasoil project, don't hesitate to go onto the website. You can go and see the whole conference. You can replay it as you like, when you like, on the Chamber of Agriculture, the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, on the website, and at AgriWeb TV. Don't hesitate to take a look at that. That is how our morning will end in this cross-border project funded by the European Union in the framework of the Interreg Atlantic Area program to develop comprehensive plan, in shared initiatives for efficient work to improve the resilience of the regions of the Atlantic Arc. And thank you, well done for this program, and we hope that these will be followed by very fruitful outcomes. And that is how this Risk Aquasoil Conference ends. Thank you very much.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.